on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up?
You doing all right over there?
No.
A little behind the curtain's
Look.
peak, right before we go on air, Rob turns to me and goes, I am a mess over here. Hey!
Well, I forgot my password.
Yeah, that's... Well, you've been gone a little bit.
Yeah.
You look great, though. You
guys said I'm skinny, and that's not true.
You got skinny.
No, I didn't.
You do. Well, you
I
did.
do.
You do. You did. You did.
No, I
you
didn't.
did it, or you did. You got skinny.
I'm telling you, I didn't.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. You look thinner.
You look svelte. You do.
Yeah, maybe it's because I'm wearing black.
It's possible. Well, and the beard is trimmed up a little bit. I know that.
I did that today.
But
it was getting a little unruly.
Oh, believe me, I understand.
Look, I know I look great.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay. But I don't. There's no way I've lost weight because
you look thin.
All I did for a month was eat and drink my way through San Diego.
Yeah, but when you're in San Diego, I think the weather, maybe that's what it is. The weather melts some of it off.
We did walk a lot.
See, look, there's an element. Like when I went to Japan, I too, because I was over there for like 3 weeks, I thought I ate and drank my way through that entire country.
And you didn't gain any weight?
I lost like 6 pounds.
Yeah, because you're out walking.
Yeah, we walked like 12. You walk like 12 miles a day over there. So
somebody text into the text line and tell me my password to my computer.
I do enjoy that does happen when you come back from break.
You've done that, right?
Well, I have forgotten my computer today because I normally leave my computer
Now we're both a mess.
I normally leave my computer. Yeah, but there's computers here. But I normally like a laptop and I just leave it here at the station. And, but because I was going to be gone for a couple weeks, I brought it home, and I actually did the show on Friday. I came in and did the show on Friday. We did a little bowl preview. Guess what I did on Friday? Forgot my computer. And I told myself, well, don't do that again. And yet here we are on Monday, and I've done it yet again.
Well, luckily, yeah. Well, okay, so that's not good.
No.
You're not off to a rousing start.
No, but I'm not in a state of panic. I'm all right. You feel like right now there's a little...
You know me, I like to be organized.
You're a little scatterbrained over there. I thrive in chaos. I'm like Bane. I was born in the darkness.
I have a password manager. Do you have one of those?
Yeah,
but like one of those things that holds all your passwords for you.
Well, they just saved to my phone, but I'm telling you, I'm gonna guess on any given week I reset 4 to 5 passwords.
So you don't have a password manager, like an actual app?
No.
You put them all in there.
The phone just saves them, and you would think that
some of them,
and my home computer saves them, and you would think that would be enough that it would just like keep them. But for whatever reason, I go to log into stuff. I just reset it. I'm a password resetter. It takes like 30 seconds. Like, send me the code. I'll reset it.
Well, what if, okay, well, I guess that's true.
Yeah.
But
just reset everything.
I would just like to shout out.
Yeah.
Password managers.
Yeah. Dialed in.
Just saved me.
Yeah. The only problem with my way of doing things is like, like you Die Hard, old Takagi there, and they're like, hey, give me the password or you die. I would be willing to give you whatever password you wanted for any sort of blackmail or threat or whatever. I just don't know it. Like, if someone put a gun to my head right now and was like, hey, I want the password to your email or your cable or your anything, there's a good chance that I'm dead. I'm just going to start, like, can I call my loved ones and tell them that they're hooped? I'm not sure which would be more dangerous, asking me to spell a word or come up with my password. Either way, I think I'm dead.
Well, maybe they wouldn't kill you because they thought you were telling the truth.
It's possible. If you know me, you would understand that I'm not trying to ice you out and try to stall for the police or whatever. I just don't know it.
Can't you tell that, though? Like, if you're shaking someone down.
I don't know. I've never...
Can't you ultimately tell? Like, you do it long enough.
I don't know.
Have
you ever
maybe tie some electrical cords?
Have you ever extorted anyone? I don't know how all that works.
I feel like
I think you could tell.
That's why, like, those liar detector things that they can't admit into court. There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
What do you
mean?
The sweating and whatever the hell they use to measure that.
Well, yeah, I mean,
it's not necessarily indicative of lying.
Oh, but hold on. Court is different than my opinion.
Sure.
And if I'm, look, I'm not saying this is a court level standard here.
Yeah.
But if I'm shaking you down and I got your nipples hooked up to electrodes,
I think the truth is coming.
And I'm shocking you.
Yeah.
And you just are telling me, I don't know it. Don't you think I could tell if you're lying?
I would think so. That, and let's be honest.
I think the cartels can.
Well, we're not all, I think they just kill you anyways.
I hope so.
So here's the thing, like, the cartels just, who on earth, outside of like Navy SEALs, who is like giving the cartels false information? Like, that's my other thing is, again, no offense to the Ted Nugents of the world, but really, what jet age secrets are you holding on to that are worth your nipples, your testes, or your life? I'm sorry, there's just nothing that I have or nothing that I have access to that's worth anyone's life. Like it's like the people that get like carjacked or whatever and they fight back. I'm like, what, you want the keys to my... I have insurance. And I'm pretty sure that whatever the pair of Oakley sunglasses that I have and like the 2 energy drinks of C4 that are in the back seat, that's not worth losing my life over. So you're going to get the truth out of me. And I would assume that that's most people, unless you just have a thing for torture or you're just like, no one's breaking me. It's the dumbest, that's the dumbest thing in the world. That dude that's like, no one could break me. Really?
All good points.
Yeah. Let me get like a blowtorch and a pair of pliers. And by the way, I don't think it's even going to take that.
Just suggest a blowtorch. I'll tell you everything.
Well, I think if you just gave someone a purple nurple or you stepped on their foot hard enough, my guess is that someone is going to come clean with whatever they got.
Well, the whole thing about that is they're going to inflict some pain. I don't even think it's more about like whether you're telling the truth or not. It's about their penchant for wanting to be an ass.
Oh.
Wanting to control the situation.
Yeah, there's that part.
Well, and if you've ever as a hobby, I roll around with other men that are trying to strangle you, and I'm telling you, no one's trying to hurt each other, but if you get caught in a compromising position, you'll tell someone if you wear lady underpants. And that's not even trying to inflict pain. It just happens to be pain. You put someone's arm or leg around your neck and they start squeezing, or God forbid, get your arm in a bad situation. If anyone's ever been there, trust me, you start squealing. Whatever information you want, you got it.
Well, I love that you do that for a hobby.
I know.
That's hot.
Yeah. What are you going to do? We put on tights and we roll around together. It's great.
Like I said, hot.
Got COVID while you were gone.
You did?
Yeah.
You got the COVID?
I got the COVID. Now I'm 2 for 2.
Wow.
Yeah. It lasted.
Were you on vacation?
Yeah, I was on vacation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad.
Cost me the Monday night game, though. The Seattle game. I did not.
What do you mean? Oh, you were going to go?
I was going to go to that.
Who'd they play?
They played the Philadelphia Eagles. Fly, Eagle, fly.
Oh, that game.
Yeah. Cost me the Nutcracker, and it cost me an Eagle game. Other than that, I'm
the
fine.
COVID, huh?
The COVID, yeah.
You are. Yeah, that's your second time. I've only had it once.
But again, it lasted all like 24 hours.
Well, in a shocking turn of events, I did get sick down in San Diego, but only.
Did you go down hard?
No, only a cold.
All right.
It just, those kids.
Yeah.
It's the damn kids. They're disgusting.
They really are. Well, they're walking mucus factories, and mucus holds on to gross diseases.
So we all kind of caught a little cold, but nothing major.
Yeah.
So wow.
Yeah.
Me one, you nothing.
Yeah. Well,
you were in Vancouver, BC. I was in San Diego. What about Jordy? Ladies and gentlemen, Jordan Schultz. I was happy to see Jordan, although I was a little disappointed at the same time because I thought Ryan Buckley was back.
Now, Buckley's not back, I think, for like another month.
He's still not here.
No. He's
Just
still
a bit.
That
what a bit.
That whole woke taking care of your wife and kids thing, it's ridiculous. Get your ass into work, Buckley.
So woke.
It's ridiculous.
Love being here with you guys, though, in his stead. He'll be back soon.
Jordan, did you get to do some hot shows and disseminate takes to the people out there while we were gone?
Suk and I got to do a show, but kind of, with the whole staffing shortage with Buck being gone, it kind of took me off for a couple of opportunities I probably would have been on for, but that's not the whole point. The point, it was fun, and I actually won a croon-off while you were gone as well. So not only did I disseminate some hot takes with Suk, but Patrick Harris came on the air while he was hosting for you and said he's a better singer than me and challenged me to a sing-off on the air.
Yeah, you missed it.
And I beat his ass. I beat his ass good.
Was it close?
It was.
Patrick can sing?
Patrick can sing. But Schulte took him down. And here's the thing. Patrick came in like out of nowhere. Yeah, he just was like, he flat out was like, dude, why are you the crooner of the fan? Like, Patrick was very, very confident.
Well, in a place
said
like
a large
this,
amount of money, put a large amount of money that he could beat me.
Oh,
that's what he said.
Wait, how much?
He just said large amounts of.
I'm telling you, he was uber confident to the point, and I'd heard Patrick sing, but it had been a while. I was like, God, he's gonna crush him. Like the amount of swagger that he brought to the table, but Schultz did not give up the crown easily. And yeah, Schultz, I'd say it was fairly close, but we did like 3 separate like kind of tallies. We did 2 Twitter polls and we did the text. And I'd say Schulte was 65-70% on Team Schulte.
In a place like this that's so high tea, and everybody's like, "Oh yeah, I'll kill you." You know,
it was a weird thing to.
You can't just anoint someone. No. Like no one will allow you. No. You have to be challenged.
Yeah. And he was.
And he was.
And he responded. Now, I mean, look, to be honest with you, it was a little like kind of an interim championship because we know the songbird of a generation was not here to defend his crown, i.e. you.
Well, but I've been challenged.
Yes. I mean, it's at this point, you're just, I mean,
come on. You guys are really going to start this again in 2024?
No.
You want to take me on? Huh, bitch?
Schulte knows better than that.
I'm a little scared to take you on. I don't think I can do that.
It was more of a you were gone sort of thing. And they were fighting for the vacant throne. But Schulte had 3 categories. It was pre-produced. It was a whole thing.
Oh, really? Pre-produced?
Yeah, we had
what were the categories?
We had Power Ballad, we had Motown, and Disney.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you sing Moana?
My God, no.
You did Phil Collins, right?
Yeah. What's
You'll Be in My Heart.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. It's like I can't remember the name of the song I did.
You had a little Faithfully going from Journey. It was quite impressive.
No, Open Arms.
Oh, Open Arms. That's right.
Different power ballad.
Yeah.
One of the hardest songs ever to sing.
I teared up.
Well, congrats. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, a lot happened while you were gone.
Appreciate you.
Wait, you were here?
Well, for a little bit. I was here when you left, I did a week.
Oh.
And then I was gone, and then I did last Friday. I did a one-off.
The big Fiesta Bowl preview?
The big Fiesta Bowl and the college football preview and all that. So we did a bowl preview on Friday. So this is my untriumphant return. It's my second.
Are we on TV still, you guys?
Yeah.
Great.
Still here.
So hi to everyone on CW.
Hi, everybody. They can see your new svelte Gordon Fisherman look.
Yeah, and I look like I'm going to go on a jewel heist.
It does appear that way.
I'm all black with the black stocking cap.
Yeah, you look like you're up to no good.
Anyway, maybe I am.
It's possible.
Maybe I am. You won't know.
No.
We've got a big show.
Lot to talk about.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, Scoot Henderson. The Blazers.
Gone.
I mean, come on.
What? Yeah. We've been gone a long time. Now, that is something that I haven't kept much of an eye on, as I know that will shock you. But
yeah,
I did see their record.
They're terrible.
It does not appear to be very good.
No, which is good because they were playing better, and I was getting a little nervous about the over under. But I'm very confident at this point.
Yeah, you took the under. What is it? 30?
28.
Ooh.
Well, it's 28.5. So feeling pretty good about it at this point, though.
They're like 8 and 70 or something.
Yeah, they're all kinds of bad.
Well, yeah, not necessarily about them, but we've got a lot.
Yes.
A lot of football.
Did
you see the games yesterday? They played the college football playoff yesterday.
I did.
How good was that?
I will say that is as good a day of football as I can remember. I mean, last year was really good. Normally you get one dud.
Remind me of last year.
Well, we had TCU and Michigan, which was a good game, but it didn't necessarily come down to the last play. And then Georgia Ohio State did come down to the last play. We had the whatever it was, 50-yard field goal.
Hey, those were pretty good.
Those were good games. And TCU took care of Michigan, and that was a huge underdog. So it was good, but it wasn't this. You had Michigan, Bama. You couldn't ask for 2 better brands, and they go into overtime. And then Washington, it looked like Washington, probably to the delight of most of our listeners, I thought they were going to gack that thing down their leg. Washington was better than Texas from beginning to end, and I thought they were going to let that thing go down their leg.
They tried.
That was a great game. I mean, both of those were just phenomenal games.
Both ended on the final play.
Yes.
Well, every game ends on the final play.
Well, but
you know what I mean.
Yes, there was a chance to win the game or at least extend the game on those 2 plays.
So let's get to going. We're going to talk a lot of football today, and the NFL playoffs are right around the corner. They did have the Fiesta Bowl.
Yes,
they did play in that.
I watched that as well.
Yeah,
I did nothing yesterday other than I went from the Fiesta to the Rose to the Sugar.
Yeah, and
outside of grabbing food, if I'm in my kitchen, I went nowhere, and it was glorious.
Can I admit to you that I watched TV while driving yesterday?
Oh, just on the phone there?
Well, I put up all the games like on my phone.
Yeah.
On the console. So we're driving from San Diego to Portland.
Yeah.
So it's a long drive.
Yeah.
That's pretty far, you guys.
You didn't have Nurse Nice driving?
She drove the last little bit,
okay,
but I drove most of it. She's sick.
Yeah.
Yeah. She who claims she will not get sick got sick.
Yeah.
So she's the last of the soldiers to fall in our family.
Understand.
But it's just, she's fine. She drove the last little bit, but for most of it, I was Washington, Texas. I was captive.
Yeah.
I was in the passenger seat.
It was awesome.
I was the co-pilot.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I watched, and my wife was a little uncomfortable with this. She was like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, well, I kind of have to watch these games. And I said, babe, I can do both.
Yeah.
I got this.
Well, I mean, there's passive cruise control now and lane assist. And
lane assist is great.
Oh, lane assist is amazing.
And it was a holiday. No one was out there.
Yeah,
we cruised. We got there in like 3 hours.
You're good to go.
So I watched all the games. As you like to say, keeping an eye on the game.
Yeah, you just,
That's how I did it.
Yeah, you check in from time to time. I get it.
LSU, Wisconsin was really good. I watched that game. So anyway, we've got a big show. And so let's start with the poll question. We'll do that next on 1080 The Fan.
Yeah. The home of dirt.
All right, pleased to have you along. We are back, the two regular hosts of the show. My name is Isaac. You may have forgotten that, but that's my name.
You did forget how to work the TV as well.
I did.
It's been a rough start.
You know what else I forgot?
What's that?
I forgot the combo to my locker because I keep an iPad in there.
Yeah.
So I sync my iPad from home to an iPad here, so that way I don't have to lug it around.
Sure.
So then I get to so the first problem was I get to my locker. I'm like, So I finally figured that out.
So basically, you have forgotten every single component of this job over the last 3 weeks.
No, 3 of them. I was able to get into the building.
Well, that's good.
So that was great.
Thank God. I kind of was waiting for the text. Hey, can you let me in?
And I do remember how the water dispenser worked.
All right. So you're
3 for 5, 2 for 5.
You're doing all right. It's a solid day at the plate.
Well, you forgot your computer, so let's not talk there, big fella.
I did forget my computer. Yeah. That and really for the second day in a row because I forgot it on Friday as well when I was here.
So my name is Isaac. Jason is right over there. They call him Sook.
Right here.
Because his last name is Sukanic. And then Jordan Schultz is here. We have a producer who's a regular producer, Ryan Buckley, but he had a baby.
Yes.
And now he's still on.
Well, technically, his wife had a baby. We're not going to get into this whole, gender, conformity sort of thing. I'm not here to label anyone, but technically, Buck's wife had a baby.
And they have given him, because of that, 8,000 days off.
I believe he got 12 weeks.
12 weeks.
12 paid weeks.
My neighbor had a baby. Same thing.
I'm telling you, I'm going to have a fake baby coming up here. Prove that I didn't have a baby.
What if you had to have a real one in order to get away with it?
There is.
Would you do that?
I don't think that there is an incentive that you could give me outside of just life-changing money. And I'm talking hundreds of millions of dollars that would lead me to.
Hundreds of millions?
Hundreds of millions.
I couldn't give you tens of millions to have a kid?
I don't think so.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You hate kids more than I do.
I have been doing this father thing. My oldest is now basically 27 years old, and you want me to restart? It's going to cost you. It's going to cost you a significant amount of money.
All right, here's our poll question. It is brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling, family business, helping families for over 60 years. AAAIAQ.com. Today we're asking you on X at 1080 The Fan, formerly Twitter, who will you be pulling for in the college football playoff title game? Michigan, Washington, or not Washington?
I'm going full dog. I'm all on board.
Me too.
Let's go.
But we're not Duck fans, though.
No.
So...
Oh, I understand. I was listening to Dirt and Sprague this morning, and I especially Dirt. I think it's slowly killing him inside.
Yeah, Dirt's a Duck guy.
Yes,
so he's not going to root for.
Yeah.
I was chastised for even suggesting before, like we were on the air early December, and I suggested at that time, it's like, what if if Washington beats Texas, because you and I both thought that would happen.
Yes,
and they did. Are you you kind of want to
no
pull for. I was thoroughly shot down by Duck fans. And somebody just texted in, and the Vancouver Ford text line can be reached at 503-864-6326. That number hasn't changed.
No.
And they said, you guys need to start a therapy group if Washington wins the championship. For the Duck fans,
for the
Duck to handle that.
Well, and already Duck fan, like George Royster is already, like a bunch of Duck fans are doing this. They're trying to spin this as Oregon's the second best team in the country. They're already doing that. Well, if we would have gotten in, we would have been.
It could have been them, but it wasn't.
It wasn't. And you had two chances at him, and you didn't get either one. But I love that Oregon fan is trying to find a way to cope with this.
They have to make themselves feel better about this.
Well, and if Washington does find a way to do this, and I think the line 4.5. I'll bet you this gets to 5.5 or 6 before this is done.
Michigan's favored.
Michigan's favored by 4.5. I think it's
their year, man.
I think it's going to go up. But if somehow Washington finds a way to do this, and I think that they have a better chance than some people are giving them. No, many people gave them a chance against Texas, which I didn't understand at all. And I think they have better than a puncher's chance against Michigan, even though I said the winner on Friday, the winner of the Alabama-Michigan game to me will win the national title. But I'm certainly not dismissing Washington. But to come that close to beating them twice and then seeing them win a national title, that will haunt Oregon fan forever. And yes, we will have to have some sort of therapy group set up.
Can I chime in a little bit for Oregon fan here? Maybe smarter Oregon fan. You're right. That's going to haunt us forever. I, however, am not in the category of thinking Oregon is the second or even third best team this year in the college rankings. That's hogwash. Let's be smart about this, Duck fans, all right? Because the Pac-12 no longer exists, I will not root for Washington. You know, that old conference affiliation, that's done. I guess it exists for one more game, but in my mind...
Well, you can be rooting for your Big Ten ally because you're both in the same conference.
I'd rather... the same league, Jordan.
You're right, and Michigan is as well. So now, you know, joining the ranks of the Oregon Ducks and Michigan Wolverines and Washington Huskies. I get it. They're all together. But because of my allegiance and wanting the Washington Huskies to succeed for so long before, no, I am going to be rooting for Michigan. And as a Ducks fan, I hope they get crushed.
Look, I get it. Duck, you know, you can't root for your hated rival.
Nah, I get it.
But
although I root for mine. I like the Utes.
It's just interesting how, I mean, like, if there's ever a scenario where you might, it could be this. Because Michigan is, I mean, come on, everybody hates Michigan, right? Jim Harbaugh, sign stealing.
Harbaugh is, well, he's been suspended twice now during this season. So
I mean, like, aren't they the big, yeah, exactly. Aren't they the biggest villain in college football?
It's weird because if they had been from the SEC, right? If all you do is take off the Big Ten label and you stick it on an SEC team, that's Satan. But because it's not, and because they slayed the mighty SEC, they took down Alabama. It's almost like people are like, well, you know, whatever, and they just kind of shoved it to the other side. But it's weird in that Michigan is a blue blood, but they haven't won a title since '97, and they've certainly been through some weird years to where I don't think this, for a lot of people, feels like a Georgia, Alabama, Florida sort of thing. And yet somehow Michigan is being able to play the no one believes in us, the disrespect card. They're doing the little LeBron. We're just a kid from Akron. My God, it's Michigan.
Well, they all do that.
I know.
But you know, you and I, going back to the original point, you and I aren't Duck fans.
No.
I find Washington, I love Kalen DeBoer. I find them fantastic. They're fun. Yep. There's no one that's hateable. As a matter of fact, they're all likable.
Penix, how are you going to hate that guy?
Yeah. I mean, and they just, how many games in a row do they have to win before we give them more of a chance? It's like, it's unbelievable.
Well, 10 games, 1 possession or less. I mean, this is what they do.
But they've won 21 games in a row.
Yeah. I was texting with my buddy, and like I can't tell you how many times, like when that game was like hanging in the balance, that he just texted me. He's like, I've seen this play before. Because
he thought they were going to lose.
Well, no, he thought they were going to win. I'm sitting there.
They always pull it out.
Like, I'm in a state of panic.
They tried to lose, homie.
Yes. But he's just like one of those, he was like, old him, you would have thought he'd been pooping his pants, but there is like this weird calm that comes over Husky fan where they're like, we've got this. We've done this.
Okay.
We've been there. And I think in these sorts of games, there's this weird belief that they, and by the way, it's not weird, for good reason, that they find a way to win these games.
Well, he did it again.
Yeah.
So there's no part of Duck fan that can root for Washington.
I don't believe so.
I really want to know that. If you can text, we'll read them, 503-864-6326, the Vancouver Ford text line. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale, vancouverford.com.
And it goes...
We won't read them all.
No, but it goes for Coug fan, too. Like, we had Patrick in here on Friday, and same thing. I said, I'm pulling for UW.
He said, no way.
I do not think that there is a Coug or a Duck anywhere that is rooting for Washington in this game.
Okay, so you mentioned Dirt and Sprague. Dirt being a Duck, Sprague is a Beaver. What is he? Is he going to root for the Husky? Like, how do you?
I don't think so.
How do you reconcile that part of it?
No, I think because again, it's the idea too.
Everyone hates them.
Everyone hates them, and then Oregon fan hates them for obvious reasons. Oregon State fan believes that they were the ones too that pulled the rug out from underneath. Did you see old George up there?
Yeah,
spewing his.
What's he doing there?
Spewing his nonsense. Well, he's technically still the commissioner, and he tried to pull the if some schools just had a little more patience.
Yeah, I love that line. Well, he's got to. I mean, he's got to say something.
Douche.
Anyway, not to get off topic. I want text in Duck fans. Any part of you
or Coug, I want to know.
Will you root for Washington?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe there's some Beavs, maybe, but I don't think there's any Cougs.
There's got to be some Ducks.
I don't think there's Cougs and Ducks. I don't.
Well, it would be awful. because Oregon's been trending up for a long time.
Yes, and Washington
and coming close.
They viewed Washington as the little brother.
Yeah,
the roles have been reversed.
Yeah.
And they played for 2 national titles, and
now
Oregon loves to do the your heyday is in '91,
right?
And if they flip the script and won one,
if they win a title before you,
oh boy,
yeah, that's probably why you're going to get some vitriol from Duck fan here.
Because Washington fan had been, and again, I'm friends with several diehard Husky fans. They have been sufficiently humbled over the years, but if they find a way to win a national title, I think all that goes away.
All right, text in. We'll get to some of those. It is 3:31. Here is Jordan.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, 2 former Pac-12 quarterbacks announcing their plans for the 2024 season. Former Washington State Cougar Cam Ward says he's leaving the transfer portal and entering the NFL draft. Former Beaver DJ Uiagalelei headed to Florida State for his final year of eligibility. That becomes his 3rd team in 3 seasons. In the association, the Blazers off tonight after getting smacked by the Suns, but guard Scoot Henderson was in the running for Western Conference Player of the Week. Unfortunately, the honor ended up going to Oklahoma City's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And moving on to the NFL, the New York Jets cutting running back Dalvin Cook to allow him to join a contender. Cook forfeited guarantees in his contract to accommodate the move. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Spirit Mountain Casino brings you big games on big screens with big-time sports betting action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
The inside story on the Blazers, Ducks, and Beavers. Danny and Dusty. Weekdays noon to 3 on the Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan.
What's old is new again. Stanford's fan favorite happy hour is back and better than ever. Enjoy classics like their spinach and artichoke dip, Stanford's wings, Southwest chopped salad, or
like, again, asking the question, can any part of you, if you are a Duck fan, root for the Huskies to win against Michigan? Emphatically, I mean, there are a few people that are like, yeah, maybe we should. Because
it's overwhelming.
Overwhelming. People are just, they're like, they don't want to live in this world.
No.
Where the Huskies are champs. But, a couple themes to the reasoning, for people who say you could root for Washington is, hey, it makes you look better. You only lost twice, and you lost to the team that won it all. Yeah. So that I mean.
So far I've seen one. Out of all the ones we've gotten, we got one that said, I am a Duck fan and I am rooting for Washington. As I've gotten older, my view on such cutthroat rivalries has softened.
Right.
That's the only.
That does happen.
That's the only one.
And there are times when it is acceptable to root for a team that you are an arch rival.
Yeah. And he said
there are. One is when they're playing. When they're doing something that helps you,
yes,
you can root for them.
To raise the profile of the West Coast. And
in this instance, they're not really doing anything that helps you.
No, it says, I like the idea of thinking the only team that could beat us was the national champ. That's the only text that we've gotten. I have gotten several of these from Beaver Fan that says they're totally rooting for Washington, but and by the way, there's about 4 of these. The only reason that Beaver Fan is rooting for Washington because they know how much it would piss off Oregon.
And that's the other one. Yeah. The other way you can root for your arch rival, and it is acceptable, is if rooting for them hurts a team that you like less.
Yeah.
And that's a good rationale. The Beavers hate the Ducks so bad. They're like, oh, yeah, let's go Huskies. That's fantastic.
Also hearing a lot of the Ducks have really held on to you have half a national championship, because theirs was a split with Miami.
Yeah.
They love to hold on to that one, and this would not be a split so that, Washington could claim, they would claim 2 and you would claim them to have 1.5, but that's still greater than yours 0.
Here's one that says 0 chance, and this is the Vancouver Ford text line, 0 chance I'm rooting for UW. Also, they have multiple players that went undisciplined for SA accusations. Sexual assault? I assume is what that means.
I don't think so. Yeah, that's usually the abbreviation
true?
For that.
Washington has a bunch of players?
I had no idea.
That's probably made up.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, back in the day, they had the Jeremy Stevens and whatnot, but there's players on this squad? I'm not familiar with any of that, but I find their team this year to be, again, from a neutral observer here, I find them to be very likable. From Penix to Adunze to...
But that makes it worse, according to several of our listeners here. They're like, that makes it worse. It's like, now they're... Not only are they our rival, everybody likes them.
Yeah, I guess.
Get out of here with that.
I can see that. Remember a couple years ago when the Yankees got good again, and we were sitting around talking. This was with the great Mike Lynch, and we're like, I find this Yankee team to be less hateable than others. I feel this way about the Braves. Like, I hate the Braves, and one of the reasons I hate them so much is they're not really hateable. It's actually kind of a good collection of young guys that's easy to root for, and that makes me hate them even more.
And the coach, a lot of it comes from the coach. Like Michigan, come on, I can't root for Michigan. Jim Harbaugh, what an ass. Yeah. I mean, I kind of like that he sticks it to everyone and he just laughs at. I mean, he's gotten to the point where he doesn't even answer a question anymore. He just says what he wants and then walks away.
I like when they ask him a question and he won't answer it, and then he just goes talk to this guy. Like, he won't answer like at any of the post game or pressers. Like, he won't talk about his future. He won't answer any questions about the game. He just soft shoes away and is like, talk to JJ McCarthy.
But I had a rooting interest financially in Alabama, Michigan.
Yeah.
But you had Saban versus Harbaugh,
and it's weird because
for either of those.
It's weird because Saban has actually softened around the edges over the years. But
Harbaugh's worse now.
Oh, 100%.
Worse than Saban.
But still, I mean,
you wouldn't have said that 5 years ago.
No. But you are still talking about they're two evils. It's like a demon versus Satan. Like, who do you root for?
Well, and then you have Kalen DeBoer, who's just a damn delight.
Yes.
The man is wonderful.
Yes.
And I like you, have a lot of people connected to the Husky program that tell me he's the real deal, man. This is a great dude.
Yeah. By all accounts. And he's never.
And he doesn't lose.
No, and he doesn't talk S. There's always he's not high, he's not low, he's just kind of flatlined. Again, I find it to be an easy team to root for.
And as RJ said, it's not really about the players or the coach.
It's the fans.
It's the fans.
Well, again, you have sufficiently humbled Husky fan for years and years, and boy, this would unhumble them real fast.
But isn't our whole discussion here why college football is so great? In college sport, there is an extra level.
Well, it's tribalism.
Yeah, of hatred. Well, there's tribalism in all sports, but in college, it is just another level, otherworldly tribalism.
Because when you think about it, like when you root for Kansas, right, versus the Royals, is that a safe assumption that those are your two favorite teams?
Yeah. Those are my diehard teams.
Those are diehard teams. The difference is you have never been affiliated with the Royals in any shape or form.
Right.
You have been affiliated, and your kid has been affiliated with the University of Kansas.
Correct.
So I think that's where this comes from. And it's not everyone that's an Oregon fan or everyone that's a UW fan, but, you know, for my buddy that's the diehard Husky fan, he went there, his wife went there, his son went there. There is something unique about that. It's tribalism to a different level. And unlike pro sports, where when you look at the big brands, and UW kind of puts this on its ear a little bit because it's in Seattle. But when you look at the big brands, whether it's the Lakers or the Yankees or Boston, whatever, it's not the Kansas Cities of the world or the Jacksonvilles that are the big brands. What are the biggest brands in college sports, right? When you look at football, you're talking about what? You're talking about Alabama? And where's that? Tuscaloosa? You're talking about Michigan? You're talking about in Ann Arbor? That's not Detroit. You're talking about Eugene for Oregon? I mean, they aren't big cities for the most part. These are smaller college communities. And so I think that takes, again, the tribalism of it and takes it to a whole different level.
Yeah,
because
college fans.
For a lot of the people, it's the only game in town.
Yeah, they're insane.
Yes.
Don't, but if you wanted to see the insanity, just go to like message boards and stuff.
Sure.
Or like Husky Twitter. A lot of Duck fans complaining about Husky Twitter or this or that.
As if Duck Twitter isn't just as bad.
That's the thing, is they're all the same.
Well, I always laugh.
They just annoy in different ways.
Yeah, I always laugh at Duck fan because having grown up in the area, I got to see this. Because I grew up, my brother playing at Washington State, so I'd take a little bit of a different thing, but I'm not a Kook fan or anything. I didn't go there. But Husky fan, everyone hated Husky fan. No matter who you were, if you grew up in this area and you weren't a Husky, everyone hated Husky fan because they were the worst, including Duck fan. And I just laugh because it's become the Spider-Man meme. Because Duck fan, you became everything you despised. You're a Husky fan now. You have become Washington fan over the last 20 years.
Isn't it crazy?
Yeah.
All this, just like somebody mentioned this on Twitter, and I thought it was interesting to note that Oregon, Ohio State played in the first college football playoff championship.
Yep.
Michigan,
Washington playing the last.
Playing the last one. Just this, I don't know. There's just a lot of parallels and I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting. The Oregon, Washington trajectory here has been fun to watch.
And both got two new coaches at the same time.
Now, Washington went way down into the depths, though.
Yeah.
Winless season.
Sure.
And all that. Oregon hasn't had that. Oregon has just been steadily climbing.
Yeah, I guess, but
they had their dips.
But you'd make the argument that Oregon came from the depths, whereas Washington,
correct.
That's
what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, it's just been a really wild. Well, it's been 30 years now, right?
Yeah. Since the 90s.
Ups and downs. Those two programs are just, it's really bizarre. Now they're both really good. And I'll be damned, it's Washington playing for the title and not Oregon. Now, let's talk about the games. You want to talk about the games?
We'll talk about the games. Because they were both great games.
I want to start with Washington.
Okay.
Because I saw somebody mention, I think it was Barstool mentioned, that could have been the worst collapse in college football history.
Had they managed...
And I don't know about that.
It would have been. I was sitting on my couch and I had that exact same thought. When they got to the 12-yard line, I thought to myself, oh my God, they're gonna lose. And I had that exact thought. I said, there will never be a worse collapse in college football than what I am seeing right here. It was, the predictor, ESPN, 99.9%. So technically, it could there could not have been a worse collapse. 99.9%.
Well, I know, but
it was crystal ball level.
I hate those percentages. Anyway, let's get to the games. We'll do that next. We have our stock watch coming up as well. It is 3:47 on the Fan.
Seahawks football is on the Fan.
6 DBs in the game. Play fake. Dobbs being chased by Witherspoon, who gets there and throws him down all the way back at the 15-yard line.
Join us all season long for Seahawks football. Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air, your local independent train dealer. It's hard to stop a train. Online at aneheatingandcooling.com. The Seahawks play here. 1080.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
The Fan.
Ready to feel beyond better? ZoomCare puts you in control of your health, giving you the urgent, primary, and specialty care you need. When, where, and how you want it. With same-day visits that start on time, evening and weekend hours, and labs and meds on site. We make getting care fast and easy, whether virtually
Okay, so Washington beats Texas, but it wasn't pretty at the end.
It was pretty for most of the game.
Yeah, they outplayed them. They deserved to win the game, but
they never trailed.
Boy, did they almost gack that. And You said that you think that would be the biggest collapse ever.
As I sat there, and maybe it's in the moment, someone would have to tell me a worse one.
It's just the way. I think it's. I mean, they were only up 6. Well, I guess they were up 9.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I think there've probably been more improbable comebacks. Because I think the number was, somebody mentioned the Oregon TCU bowl game. It was 31-0 at half.
Sure.
And Oregon lost.
No offense to that, whatever that was, the Alamo Bowl, or, dude, this is a college football playoff.
Yeah, well, hold on. I think you've got, I don't think that matters. I think we're talking about just the improbability of a comeback in football. They happen all the time.
Sure.
And the way that they happen varies and makes it seem more improbable or less improbable, whatever. All I'm saying is, I don't think it was the worst collapse or would have been the worst collapse. I just think the way it went down was absurd. Just the level of the mistakes in a row. Just now that I think is unparalleled. I've never seen a team blow a game that way.
And I guess this would have been mine then. How about this? Is it the worst? No, because like you said, I'm sure there's plenty of other TCU Oregon matchups there, like that, and teams came back from 28 down. There would have 31. You could not find a game with more on the line that had been so dominated by one side that they were going to let that thing pee down their leg. Like that. That would have been the worst.
Yeah.
That would have been the worst loss in a big game that I had ever seen with my own 2 eyes.
Yeah, you could not have blown it worse.
No, I mean, think about it, right? Like, you hold Washington or Texas to a field goal, and you still end up with you have your 6-point lead. Yeah. And by the way, you should have gone down and finished that off with a touchdown to put it out of reach, but you didn't. You played conservative. You settled for the field goal to go up 9. I get it. It was a 2-score game, right? So your defense holds, forcing them to kick a field goal. You get the onside kick, and you figure it's done. How about even the possession before that, where you decide to screw around and get fancy and throw the ball 3 times down the field? You don't run off a second of clock basically, and you feel like you're just at that point just kind of being cutesy poopsy. If you're going to throw the ball, you've had that little underneath stuff with McMillan and Westover all game, death by 1,000 cuts. You've done that so many times, but you don't do that. You decide to get cute and throw the ball. You run off no clock, and then you do get the ball back, and all you have to really do is take 3 knees, punt the ball at the 5-yard line, and Texas has no timeouts and probably 11 seconds to go the distance.
Well, I think it was 16.
What,
it was going to be 16.
It was going to be 16, but that would have been when you're punting the ball, and the ball would have to roll. That was if there's no other time. Texas would have had the ball. If it wasn't a touchback, they would have had the ball with roughly 12 seconds left.
Yeah.
With no timeouts, needing a touchdown. But you don't.
Well, that would have been more improbable.
It would have been more improbable.
Winning the game that way.
But for some reason, you run the ball, right? And then, who I felt bad for was Dylan Johnson, because I thought to myself, that guy has played on one foot for most of the season, and he's really their only back. And that dude's out there playing on painkillers and guts and all that, putting his body on the line. And for some unknown reason, they hand him the ball, and he gets his leg wrenched on. I don't think it was intentional, but they happen to grab the bad foot, yank it, and he goes down to where he has to get carted off the field, and that's what's going to potentially cost Washington a shot at the national championship. By the way, that rule is stupid, by the way, because it just encourages people to want to hurt people, and encourages you to stay or to try to get up when you are injured and you should be on the ground. So that happens, and then you decide to throw the ball after not trying to get a first down on those first couple. Then you decide to roll out your quarterback and have him throw the ball. The hell are you doing? Like it's just unbelievable. Oh, and then by the way, then you get the catch interference to give him 15 extra yards on the long snapper. The hell? It is unbelievable. I sat there and I could not believe what I was watching with my own 2 eyes.
Well, even after all that, they still got to go 70 yards, right?
And they did.
Well, but you knew they would, right? Who wasn't sitting there watching that going, oh my God. So they get the penalty, right? So they move it up to the 30 or whatever it was. No timeouts, but what, 40-something seconds left?
Something like that.
Who did not think that wouldn't come down to the last play, down in the red zone? We all thought that.
Yeah.
It's like they're going to, because, you play conservative. You just make sure nothing gets behind you, right? Don't give up the big play. And lo and behold, it did.
Yeah. Well, and they had that unbelievable catch down on the sidelines. Like it was their running back Blue that had that great grab. And look, they got to the 12-yard line with 15 seconds left. And I'm like, holy crap.
And then they dribbled it down their leg.
Well, and then Sark, boy, I'm going to need a better explanation on drawing up the old plays. So you've got 15 seconds left. You should have 4 balls that all go into the end zone. You have 2. By the way, that is as good a receiver game as you're going to find. There's like 7 NFL wide receivers on the field between those 2 teams. But you have Mitchell and Worthy that are both first-round guys, at least on the outside. And by the way, Mitchell, the play before went all the series before went all LeBron hung around like for 9 seconds in the air before coming down with that great touchdown grab at the end. I guess that was 2 possessions ago. But you would think that all you would have to do if you're Texas is just say, look, we're just going to put our 2 guys on the outside. Hey, Quinn Ewers, whichever one gives you the better look, you're throwing 4 jump balls into the corner of the end zone. Our guy just needs to go up and get one of them. But you don't. I don't know what the hell you were doing, including throwing a screen pass that if he gets tackled in bounds, the game is over, and the sack that damn near ended the game.
Well, just think, if you're Kalen DeBoer and you're Washington, just thank God that you were playing Sark.
Yes.
Because the way Washington was about to blow that game was very Sark-like. Was it not? Like
100%.
Like if I outlined that entire game to you.
Oh, that's Sark.
And told you all of those elements.
Yes.
And then I asked you which coach did these things, like which coach's team. You'd be like, oh my God, Texas, that's Sark. That they're gonna blow this in the way Washington was trying to blow it.
Yeah.
And then Sark came back and said, no, wait a minute.
We got this.
I can blow it worse than this. Watch this. I'll call some terrible plays and we won't score.
Yeah.
And a nice play by Elijah Jackson there.
Yeah, that went up and knocked it down. And I give UW's, we do this all the time, right? The UW's defense is constantly est on all year long. And I get it. It's not an elite defense. It's not Michigan. It's not Bama, right? But how many times do we have to see Washington's defense come through on 4th down against Oregon, on big drives against Oregon, against Arizona State, against Stanford, against Texas? By the way, I don't think Texas scored in the 3rd quarter. And when they needed them the most, they got Texas down there at the 12-yard line. And then what did they do? They made plays. Like what does Washington have to do to get some respect on the other side of the football?
Or just in general. I still think people think they're kind of fluky.
I don't get it.
I don't know why. They've won 21 in a row, but it's just the way they're winning. Yeah. It's like stuff like that. It's like they're tried to hand the game.
And yet if anyone watches, so that's the thing is the story today, I was reading some of the national headlines. It was like Texas, falls just short. That's horse crap. Washington was better than Texas from the opening kick to the last snap.
It's a bad matchup for Texas. And this is why we both liked Washington, is that it was the secondary in Texas. Yeah. With those receivers and what Penix can do. And you saw that. Although, give Washington's offensive line credit for holding up to that Texas defensive front.
So they've got the Outland Trophy winner and Sweat and Murphy, 2 All-Americans. There are not 2 finer defensive tackles in the country. And combined, and I know Sweat got banged up towards the end and was riding a bike, but he played for 3 quarters, completely healthy. Those guys combined 2 tackles. Combined, no sacks, and I think 2 quarterback hurries and never hit Penix once.
That's amazing.
That is amazing when you consider what they had up front. That is some serious firepower in the front 7 for Texas.
Oregon knows it's like Washington's offensive line just was not the talk because of Penix and the receivers and everything. But Oregon, they did that to Oregon.
Yeah,
Oregon has a good, pretty damn good defense this year.
Yep.
And we got into that second game, that Pac-12 championship game, and went, whoa.
They bullied them.
Wait a minute. We underestimated the toughness. Yeah. And then just how good Washington was up front.
Yeah, and Washington
they showed it again.
And Washington even ran the ball a little bit when they had to. It wasn't great, and you knew it wasn't going to be, but it was enough to keep them honest, including some runs by Penix. The other one, too, that I loved was they had 17 pressures on Penix. They hit him once and never sacked him. Penix's pocket presence is beyond elite. Go back and look at the touchdown pass to Polk, where he kind of tipped it to himself, and I think it was Sweat. I'm not sure if it was Sweat or Murphy, but I think it was Sweat. smokes the guard and center, splits it, and has Penix dead to rights. And Penix just does this little sidestep, moves up in the pocket, and delivers an absolute bullet.
He's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, that's Tom Brady type stuff.
Yeah. And that's why I give him a chance against Michigan. I just think this is going to be a hell of a game. So we'll get more into that game later in this week. Dave Bartu is saying that it's the biggest title game outlier of his lifetime.
Yeah. Because
Washington
doesn't fit the profile.
And neither does Michigan.
Yeah.
And they know it's not like they're littered with 5-star kids. So anyway, more on that later this week. But, you know, you were talking about the near Washington collapse maybe being the worst collapse ever. What if on the same day, the other semifinal, we have a walk-off safety?
Which I can't believe didn't happen.
So let's get to that next on The Fan.
Consider
Stock Watch is coming up, but I forgot it's Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, sometimes we do a Stock Watch on Tuesday if there's no show on Monday. But
well, we're not going to.
no,
because
it is right out.
Jordan didn't do one.
It's my fault.
No, well, I mean, your
It
assumption was correct. It's a Tuesday. Why would I do a Stock Watch? So I don't know why I tease that. I just, it's been a while. So we're not going to do that.
Well, it's like a bowl game. You've taken a couple weeks off. There's some rust there. Special teams can be a little rocky.
Started slow.
It happens.
No, he started better than that long snapper. All right, that's really all that matters.
Wait, what long snap?
The
Oh,
long snapper that ended up getting 15 yards for touching the damn receiver.
well, you also had the center for not a long snapper, but the center for Alabama. That guy couldn't snap the damn ball.
That's been a problem all year, and as a former center, I try to sympathize with that a little bit. But my God,
I was going to ask you. I thought about you. I was like, I wonder if Suk would say that. Like, how does? Because as just a layman watching that guy, I was like, dude.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. How are you the center if you can't snap the damn ball?
You can go through a little Chuck Knobloch. You can get some of the yips. It can get you. And if you've got a nose on you or you're being asked to make very difficult blocks, like most of the time when those happen, like as a center, let's say we're doing some sort of zone blocking and you have to make a long reach block, right? Like you've got a 3 technique that you're trying to scoop. Like you've got to go a long way. That's usually when that occurs. Or if you've got a nose, on you and you're worried about you got to get your hands up, that can happen. But for that to happen that many times, remember, by the way, we were talking about the TCU comeback against Oregon in their bowl game. Remember, it was a backup center for Oregon. I forget who it was, but he had one of those where he put 4 or 5 balls on the ground like that. I mean, it is unbelievable to me that at a place like Alabama that has been a problem all year long and they can't correct it or find someone or give that guy some help. That's another one of those, like you have to change your blocking schemes to make sure that guy doesn't have to do complex things after the snap, because if you're not getting the snap right, it doesn't matter what else you're doing.
Yeah, it's not often you see Alabama, the great Nick Saban, kind of gack one away.
Well, they didn't deserve to win that game. I couldn't believe. In fact, when they got up 7 at the end of the game, I sat there and I thought to myself, how on earth is a team that played this piss poorly all game, how are they going to find a way to win? Because they were absolutely dominated in the first half, and they
were only down 3.
Down 3.
But I had the same thought, but I thought, that's Saban.
Yeah.
That's what he does. That's what Alabama does. And how are they winning this game? But they were.
They steadied it in the third quarter, got up, but then couldn't close it out.
The other thing about them is they always close it out.
Yeah.
Almost always.
Yeah.
And this one, you got to give Michigan a lot of credit. But for all the talk of the improbable nature of a Texas comeback, if they cap that off against Washington, how about the muffed punt?
Oh.
Where Alabama, I mean, there was, it wouldn't have been a walk-off, but there was a few seconds left, right?
It would have been a walk-off.
I mean, generally in the game.
It was done.
How about a walk-off safety?
Yeah. So you put the backup.
Or a touchdown, depending on if he fumbled it into the end zone.
So if you didn't see, right, or you don't.
I mean, come on, man.
They put, and by the way, it wasn't even their normal return guy who had already muffed a punt earlier. They gave Alabama basically the short field and a touchdown. They put in a backup who, by the way, looked like a punter. He was like number 26. Like Brandon Sprague was back there taking kicks. No offense to Sprague, but holy hell.
I don't get why special teams are so hard.
Well,
why are they so hard?
They shouldn't be.
Because they're special. Like you have your own unit, your own coaches. That's all you do. Why? These mistakes are baffling. And I get that.
It's
I heard this a lot today. It's like, oh, well, they're college kids. Yeah, no, I get it. But at the same time, some of these mistakes are just...
Catching a punt shouldn't be that hard.
And I get you muff them, but it can happen. I don't know. It's just weird. The special teams for Michigan were just god-awful.
And by the way, can we also ask the question, why are you trying to catch a punt on the 5-yard line?
Yeah, exactly.
What? Like there used to be this old adage of you put your heels on the 10, and if it goes above your head, you let it go. That doesn't seem to be the case anymore. More and more dudes are fielding punts for whatever reason at the 5-yard line. But like you're trying to make a Willie Mays style catch, backpedaling at the like what?
Yeah, just let it go.
Let it go. Let it go. And I'll give that kid credit because in that moment when he dropped that ball, first off, he's damn lucky that it just stayed right at his feet. Because a lot of times when you muff a punt, it hits off your knee or whatever. That's what happened with the Washington guy. It kind of shoots forward. It happened to settle right at that kid's feet. And he had one chance to bend down and pick it up. And as he's doing it, he got drilled. If the Alabama people were smart, they wouldn't have tried to hit him. They would have gone for the ball. They could have gotten that out. But they didn't. They tried to blow him up. And that kid, to his credit, managed to hold on to it. And it saved the game. It absolutely saved the game. But what a way to lose had that gone down.
That's what I'm saying.
And it couldn't have been any closer.
Like, what would have been worse, the Texas comeback or that?
That. I mean, it's just to lose on that, on something that you shouldn't have even been. Why are you fielding that punt at the 5-yard line? And it would have let Alabama off the hook. And I could go through at least 10 different things that I watched in that game that I'm just stunned. And this feels like I'm going to take credit away from Michigan, and I don't want to do that. Michigan deserved that win. They were the better team from start to finish. To me, there wasn't any area where I thought Alabama was better than Michigan. So I'm glad Michigan won because they were the better team. They deserved to win, even though I hate Jim Harbaugh. But the basic things that Alabama did over and over and over again. And I'll go as a center. I was offended as a former center. Not only could the dumbass not snap the ball, and I feel bad calling him a dumbass because I'm sure he's a fine kid. For the starting center on a potentially national championship team to not be able to put the ball in his quarterback's hands time and time again. And by the way, the last play of the game was done in by the center. They had that play, and we can criticize Tommy Rees all we want for the quarterback, power. But if that ball is placed in Milroe's hands with a good snap, he either swings it to the back, and we don't know for certain, but more than likely that guy is in with the swing, or if he catches that ball, that is a power. That was meant to go off tackle. They had a pulling guard who was untouched. All Milroe had to do was follow that guy in, and he walks into the end zone untouched because the defensive end didn't crash down. But he didn't. It was at his feet. He panicked, and by the time he picked it up, he didn't have a chance to look to his left to swing the ball, and he just kind of flailed going forward, and he just ran right into the line, and the right tackle got blown up. A better snap, and Alabama scores that. I'm 100% convinced that is a touchdown with a better snap. Also in that game, 3 separate times, Alabama slid their line the wrong way. All you have to do as an offensive lineman is count. As a center, that's all it is in protection is a count. They were running empty protection. So that's 5 linemen, no backs. 5 of you to block 5 of them. And all you do is count. And if they have more than 3 on one side, you have to slide your line. So if you look over there and you see 4 guys, the last sack right before the half was one of these. Michigan had 4 guys, not disguised, just 4 guys lined up to the right. And Alabama had a call of going left. The center was going left. They had like a Louis call. All that center had to do was turn and say, rip or razor or whatever. It is the most basic call in all of football. Youth football kids can make this call. And 3 separate times, Alabama either slid the wrong way or didn't change their protection to slide the way Michigan was lined up. And they got their quarterback killed. I sat there and was watching this and was like, I've never seen a Nick Saban-led team, or really any team at this level,
I guess,
create basic blunders like this.
I have to have the courage to ask the question, what has Nick Saban really done?
I don't know, other than the 6 national championships.
Oh, okay.
But how about this too? On the
Fire Nick Saban.
How many times did Michigan have a play, including on the 4th and 2 at the end where Harbaugh went big balls with 3 timeouts and 3 minutes left? He's like, no, we're going for it, 4th and 2. And what happened? Another blown assignment. There was at least a half a dozen plays where Michigan ran basic concepts with backs and tight ends, just running little clear outs, and Alabama never covered the guy.
Well, don't you think Harbaugh outcoached Saban here? I mean,
Yes,
I know there
it
was
wasn't
a lot of
Harbaugh. It was the coordinators, but yes.
Well, right.
100%.
No, but Harbaugh's the head coach. I mean, come on, give him some credit. A lot of mistakes by Alabama, but as who was it? It was Herbie and who was doing the game?
Herbie and
what's his name? Well, who's the guy with Herbie?
Reese.
Yeah, Reese Davis. I keep wanting to say it's Fowler, but Fowler's gone, right? Or no, it's Fowler.
Is it Fowler that's on the call? No, Reese Davis is on the call.
I get him mixed
right?
up. Is that terrible of me?
No, Reese Davis is on the call.
I think it's Fowler.
Maybe it's Fowler.
Anyway.
Well, Reese Davis is doing the kickoff show. He's doing the ESPN College Game Day.
Anyway, Herbie was pointing this out the whole game that Michigan, they had a lot of stuff that was giving Alabama problems.
Yeah, but it was basic stuff.
Okay, but it gave Alabama problems. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Saban's a hell of a... It's not like Saban's dumb.
No.
So, it's... Harbaugh outcoached Nick Saban.
And it wasn't even close.
It's interesting to me that... And we'll pause and we'll come back and finish this conversation next, but... Michigan wanted to walk away from Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
They didn't like Jim Harbaugh.
Nope.
And now look.
Made him take a pay cut.
And he just outcoached freaking Nick Saban in the college football playoff. It's pretty crazy.
I just couldn't believe how many times I watched that game and I was like, oh my God, Alabama is out of place and isn't doing basic little fundamental things.
And yet they probably should have won.
And yet they were right there with a team that wasn't one of his best teams. So maybe that's the greatness of Saban and Bama is it's
just being there.
Just being there and being in
Milrose,
a position to win.
I mean, come on. Like
He's
that was
very limited.
That was probably a lot of people's first look at Milroe. That guy.
And unfortunately,
that's all coaching, right? Like he's an athlete, but he doesn't. I mean, he doesn't throw the ball.
Well, it was weird because I've watched a lot of Alabama this year. That was that Milroe, and it sucks for that kid, but that was the Milroe we saw at the beginning of the year. And since the Texas game, we watched a much different player, which is why I thought Alabama was going to win the national championship. And they picked a hell of a time to revert back to early season Alabama.
Well, and I think you got to give Michigan's front a lot of credit.
Yeah, Alabama couldn't handle them.
They could not handle them. All right, we'll wrap up this conversation next. Then in the news on The Fan.
The college football portal's open.
This is the thing with like McCord. I know
They won.
Yeah, that went about as well as you could hope for, and kind of what everyone expected.
Well, that's what happens when you play Liberty.
Well, Liberty went down and scored that first touchdown, and I hope the Duck fan was like, oh my God, here we go. All I needed to do, I looked at Liberty's O-line, even on that first drive, and God, and I'm not trying to crap on anyone that plays in lower level, football. They're Division I, but you can always tell. If you took all the stickers and everything off that, and I just lined up Liberty's lines and Oregon's lines, you would just laugh. They just look like high school linemen. They're not necessarily fat, but they're oddly shaped. They're just high school linemen. And I just looked at that and was like, this is going to be a long day. Enjoy your one touchdown now.
Do you think that right now they're sitting around talking about taking a 6-0 lead on Oregon?
Like, man, I promise you, there's one or two dumbasses on that team that are like, man, if we just would have done this and that, man, it's just like the game got away from us. And their quarterback, by the way, transferred today.
Yeah. Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Where'd he go?
He's just in the portal.
Boy, how absurd did he look?
Pretty bad.
The helmet, the helmet with the little the little head wrap thing that he had, and it was the Gazoo helmet. I couldn't take him seriously.
Exactly.
I thought that was for cold weather climates, but they were in a dome, right?
Yeah. Well, Lamar wears those. I think some of the guys wear them when you've got longer hair or braids.
Not
but
winning looking like that.
No, I couldn't take that seriously.
Did you see the Liberty coach during their 6-0 lead was scratching his head at a couple of the flags like, oh, if this hadn't happened, I think we'd still be in the lead. Like, really, coach? Really? No.
Just be happy that Oregon didn't run it up more than they did.
That's one of those 100 times out of 100 type games.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose the only chance you have in a game like that is if one team doesn't show up. And we talked about this while you were gone.
Florida State.
Yeah. Lanning wasn't going to let those guys not show up. And for all the people, and I hate that the lazy narrative today of bowl games don't matter. No one cares. No one watches. They're meaningless. They've never meant anything. They're always been exhibition. No one gave a rip about the Holiday Bowl 10 years ago versus today. And by the way, for all the lovely, the play-in tournament of the NBA, which was like, we got told by every member of the media that was the best thing ever. Realize that Utah and Northwestern, their bowl game, drew more eyeballs than the championship game of the in-season tournament for the NBA. So to say that no one cares, it's not true. The Ohio State-Missouri game, which I love, the punt face that was the highest rated Cotton Bowl in 10 plus years. 13 million people watched it. So you can say that no one cares, but eyeballs tell you differently. People watch. And to say that players don't care, go watch Jeffrey Bossa in that game. He was talking S and throwing bows at people. He wanted Liberty to know that they didn't belong on the same field as Oregon. So it does matter. But if a team decides to no-show, and by the way, my team no-showed in 3 straight bowl games. I'm well aware of what it takes to not show up in a bowl game, but that's on the team. Florida State decided to be a bunch of candy asses and cry and quit. Georgia, by the way, had a bunch of guys that didn't show up, but they still came into that game and they whooped your ass. If you don't show up, that's an embarrassment on you. But it doesn't mean that none of the players care, and it doesn't mean that no one's watching. It's just incorrect.
Yeah, I think what Oregon,
it's lazy.
I think what Oregon did to Liberty is a great reflection of Dan Lanning and the character of that program.
Couldn't agree more.
Because it is easy. Of all of the scenarios where a team may just be like,
that could have been it.
That was it. It not could have been. That was it. I mean, dude, they were staring at, you win the Pac-12 championship game, you could be in Washington's shoes right now.
Yep.
And then you lose it in the way you lost it, and then you have to go play freaking Liberty a month from now?
Yep. And they showed up and they brought the heat. Yeah, they brought the wood.
And I just think that, again, they're going to beat Liberty every time.
Yeah.
Unless they don't show up. And I don't know, man. I don't think it's that.
But that says something to me about the program, too. And
that he still played.
That he still played. And Bucky played. Danny Cannell, who's a total yaunch. He, former Florida State quarterback and now media talking head. He was sitting there bitching and moaning, obviously, about Florida State. And then he had the nerve to go on there at halftime of their ass kicking against Georgia and claim that that game meant nothing and that this is not an indictment on Florida State. Meanwhile, You can go back and find his old tweets where he was calling out SEC teams for not showing up and quitting. If you quit in a bowl game, it's an indictment on your coach and it's an indictment on your program. I'm sorry. If you show up to a bowl game and you lose by 60 points, that's on you. That is on you as a team, you as a program, because we've seen it with Alabama. We saw it with Oregon. They had every reason to lay down last year and this year, and they didn't do it. And yes, I do think it says something about the program. It says something about the coach and the character of your guys. Absolutely.
They talked with their helmet.
They did. And I stuck around and watched every minute of that because I love when not all the time, because the underdogs can be fun, but I enjoy when David takes Goliath, to the woodshed from time to time. But it's also fun when Goliath is like, the bully, sometimes when you punch him in the mouth and you go up 6-0, he just gets mad and then runs off 40 in a row against you. I also find that enjoyable. And I loved watching Liberty get their ass kicked by the Ducks.
All right, well, Ducks win the Fiesta Bowl. More importantly, they got Dylan Gabriel and Dante Moore. Well, though we didn't have a chance to talk about that. We were out of town. But
I know. They got both.
That's really the better story. But
it's pretty good.
But, like I said, Bo Nix, it was kind of the Bo Nix coronation game.
It was pretty cool, too.
It was cool. It was awesome.
They stuck
His
around
parents crying up there.
Yeah, and they gave him this, they gave him I guess what you call it, they brought him back out just so he could get a curtain call.
Yeah.
And then they did Bucky the very next play. That was cool. That was a cool moment.
Great day yesterday, though. Alabama, Michigan was sensational, and Texas, Washington was even more sensational.
And I think we're going to get a great national title game, too.
I hope so. We'll talk more about it throughout the week. Coming up next, in the news, would you like a tap water injection? That's a bit odd. Could I get like a Fuji spring injection? What about Avion? You mean Fiji? Oh, yeah. You're talking about Fiji water? Fuji. You like fancy water, do you? No, I don't. You buy Fiji water? No, I always drink the, what's the generic bastard one? Arrowhead? Yeah, Arrowhead or like Crystal Geyser. I refuse to pay $4 for a water. Well, I know. It's so funny. You go into the store or 7-Eleven. Yeah, the Mini Mart or whatever. And you look at the waters, and they're all over the board. Yeah. It's like just water. Yeah. And I know some are different sizes, but it's just like, yeah. Which one am I, I spend way too much time worrying about which one I'm going to buy. Just go Smart Water, baby. Smart Water? Yeah, Smart Water. I buy the one with electrolytes in it. See, I'm big on the... Oh, it has electrolytes in it? And it keeps your pH balance correct, so you don't... for God's sake. You're concerned about your electrolytes, are you? Well, your alkaline levels and your electrolytes got to stay even so you can keep your... Seriously, if you keep your alkaline levels correct, your chances of getting cancer are super slim. So drink Smart Water. Drink alkaline. Can I tell you that the only thing I look at, and it is the only thing, I look for the one that's 99. You look for 99 cents? 99 cents. I look, you know what is important to me? The shape of the bottle. Really? Because of how it may or may not fit in my cup holder. Oh, I see. That's a big... So you don't want the I don't like Fiji water because it's square. Yeah, it's square. It's a little too big. Get out of here with that. You go with the fancy glass bottle then, Rob? That fits in your cup holder. No, I've never Is that the Voss? I think so. Those, yeah. I mean, come on. I think that's the Rocks water. Now you're just showing off. No, I'm not. I don't. I think it's kind of highfalutin. The bottle, the Dasani bottle... is a nice I don't like the crunchy bottle, right? Like that it just it's too flimsy. Yeah. You want one with a little more. Dasani's got a little more, a little more girth. A little more, a little more girth. Harder. All I care about. Love that bottle. All I care about is seeing the one that starts with 0.99. And I'm like, done. It's water, for God's sakes. All right, in the news. Aftertastes. We're all going to get tap water injections next on In the News. Here is Jordan with SportsCenter. Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan. This update is brought to you by Stanford's. This classic American steakhouse has exactly what you've been craving. Visit them in Clackamas, Tannis-Borner online at stanfords.com. First on The Fan, breaking news, Oregon is losing another member of its secondary. True freshman defensive back Cole Martin has announced that he is entering the transfer portal. He played in all of the Ducks' 14 games this season, so a bit of a surprising decision from him. Elsewhere, two former Pac-12 quarterbacks announcing their plans for 2024. Former Washington State QB Cam
Cam Ward says he's leaving the transfer portal and entering the NFL draft. And former Beaver DJ Uiagalelei headed to Florida State for his final year of eligibility. That becomes his third team in 3 seasons. In the association, the Blazers off tonight after getting smacked by the Suns yesterday. But guard Scoot Henderson was in the running for Western Conference Player of the Week. Unfortunately, the honor ended up going to Oklahoma City's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And in the NFL, the league has fined Carolina Panthers owner Dave Tepper $300,000 after he was caught on video throwing a drink at a Jaguars fan Sunday. Tepper said in a statement that he's passionate about his team but regrets his behavior. Of course, the fine total represents way less than 1% of his total net worth. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultze from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Spirit Mountain Casino brings you big games on big screens with big-time sports betting action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Do it every morning. Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on Portland.
Having hot water talk.
Ready to party. Hot bottled water talk. That's right. More of that coming up.
I am fascinated how passionate people are about their water brand.
Well, I'm not. Are you? Do you have a particular brand?
Cheapest
that
one?
Yeah. See, I don't. You can get me with a lot of different things. I don't.
I'm just fascinated that if you want to know if marketing works, all you need to know is that people are buying $4 and $5 bottles of water.
It's because of the aftertaste. I'm telling you.
Sure.
What's $5? What costs $5?
Probably Smart Water or Voss. Probably a couple of those.
Really?
Yeah.
The glass bottle.
I didn't know it was that expensive.
It's ridiculous.
But like if I go to buy Dasani as opposed to Aquafina, they taste different because
I'm sure they do.
adds this crap on the end of it. It's ooh.
The added
I didn't know
crap.
Schultze was such a bottled water.
Yeah, I'm an Aquafina guy. It's either Smart Water or if you're going cheap because it's like a
Schultze's concerned about the purity of his water. Meanwhile, he's drinking a 64-ounce Dutch Brothers milkshake, but he's concerned about the purity of the water.
I love water. Come on, baby.
Well, what about the water in the milkshake?
Yeah, do you request Voss water in your Dutch Brothers shake? Is that...
Actually, very, very little known fact about all coffee places. The reason that you're whatever, Starbucks, Dutch, whatever local coffee place you go to, it's actually awesome because they use heavily filtered like mineral water, not just water out of the tap. So yeah, you can't get that stuff. They pay a lot of money for it. So any coffee water is a lot better than your water at home. Just saying.
A water diva.
Yeah.
Maybe Jordan.
Where's the great value or the Costco? Because you can buy a pallet of water at Costco for like 7 cents.
All right, isn't that satisfying?
Yeah, it's the best value in the world. Like you get a case of water and I think it's $2.99.
Well, your bill is several $100s.
Yes.
But it's not because of the water.
It's not
and
because
that
of the water.
Is satisfying.
Yes.
Because you put that big old water on there
Yep.
and you're like, oh, this is going to be astronaut. Oh, $1.99.
Like what a deal.
All right, it is January.
You okay? Second.
Yeah, I had to check that. It is January 2nd, 2024. It is time now for In the News. I'm your Noted Newsman. Hello, thank you. 2024. How about that? Can you believe that?
I can believe it. Although I'll butcher it probably till May, but
Right, 2023 on your checks.
yeah, all those big checks. I did have someone today. I had to call someone and they asked for my birthday, and you do the 12/17/78, and they did ask me, is that 19?
Wait, what?
As opposed to 1878? Like what? I don't know if that was just like a force of habit, but I think they were waiting for me to give all 4 because they said your birth date. And I said 12/17/78.
Was it a kid? Was it a young person?
It was a gal. She did sound a little younger, but I did get hit with is that 19? And I stopped for a second. I was like, are we being serious here? Like, no, 1878.
Well, that's like the bit we talked about this before we went to break or on break. There was the professor who posted the message from one of his students.
Oh,
that
yes.
was saying, hey, just want to know if it's acceptable for me to use this in my paper. It's from the 1900s.
It was like 1980. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah. I just thought it was interesting that I got hit with that today with just like, is there a 19 in front of that? Yeah, that would be 1978, not
1878.
18. That's the only other option. I guess you go back to 1680, how far do you want to go back on this?
Tell you. It is National Buffet Day. I don't know why, because it's supposed to be like non-buffet.
Yeah, New Year.
Eat veggies and stuff.
Yeah, well, maybe you have a veggie buffet.
It is also National Swiss Cheese Day.
I don't eat a lot of buffets, and I don't eat Swiss cheese.
I love Swiss cheese.
Swiss cheese is like, that's got to be like 20 cheeses down for me.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't know under what
There's a lot
circumstance.
of delicious cheese.
I know, and why would I ever choose Swiss?
But Swiss is really good.
You mean good old sharp cheddar? That's pretty Swiss.
Like a sharp cheddar, like a medium cheddar.
I'll choose Swiss over sharp cheddar.
Really?
Yeah.
I love a good sharp cheddar.
Yeah, Tillamook sharp cheddar.
Don't even get me started on a creamy Havarti. Now we're talking.
Medford police are investigating allegations that a nurse injected hospital patients with tap water.
As opposed to what?
Good question.
Yeah, is that like instead of getting an IV, you just get tap water? And is that dangerous? I don't know about the water injection.
This nurse was giving tap water instead of fentanyl.
Oh.
For pain.
Like a Uber against painkillers or something like that. And I would assume people in a hospital setting are the ones that really.
I'm guessing this lady's just trying to be an ass and doesn't like the patient and wants them to continue to be miserable. I would assume. Either that, she's keeping the fentanyl for herself.
Yeah, she could be. Well, I don't know.
Well, my guess is that all that stuff obviously has to be logged. So if you're like, hey, I gave this person fentanyl, but you're keeping that for yourself, you keep that in the syringe, you put a little water in theirs, and next thing you know, you're walking out of there with a bunch of syringes full of the good stuff.
Well, this is serious, and we assume it's a she, may not be a she.
That's true. Your brother is a nurse.
Yeah, and so is my kid.
Well, do we know where your kid was? Was he down in Medford?
Not in Medford.
Is he scoring the fentanyl?
This was in the ICU, and this is very serious. They're saying that as many as 9 patients died.
Oh!
Yeah.
My God.
Now, again...
again, tap water. So, not sterile.
Is putting... is like...
Infections. That, a couple of them got infections and died.
Oh, gosh.
Type of bacteria. And then, not to mention just, not getting their pain meds.
Wow. So I'm guessing this person's in some serious trouble.
They have not released any information about the scope of the situation. They have not confirmed or directly commented on the allegations against the nurse. That's the hospital. They've also not said whether any patients died as a result of developing an infection after being injected with tap water. But that's what they like to call malfeasance.
Yeah, and when you're in a hospital, you're at your most vulnerable because, well, you're in a hospital and you just, I don't know, I guess you just assume that you're going to get good care. But, we have seen this before where, there have been serial killers that hide out as nurses. You hear those stories about, there's some famous ones that have killed, tens of people by injecting the wrong thing into people. And it's like the ultimate hiding ground for those people.
Yesterday afternoon, we had protesters in cars block the road leading to the airport.
What are we doing now? Why are we protesting?
Well, this was Gaza, the conflict in Gaza.
Yeah, so thank you for stopping me from getting to the airport because that's going to solve the thousands of year-old problem in the Middle East. Cool. Way to go, everybody.
50 vehicles blocked inbound lanes on Airport Way, west of 82nd, for close to an hour.
That's illegal.
Dude, that's brutal.
Right?
It's definitely illegal.
Yeah, protesting is legal, but
Yeah,
doing
you can't.
it in a public, or actually, I believe that's a federal roadway if you're talking about the airport. Yeah.
Well, I don't know, but I just know that I would be absolutely livid.
I am telling you,
if I were heading to catch a flight and I could not make my flight because of this.
If I ever get arrested for something, it will probably be for running over a protester. I am glad that this has never occurred because I am afraid that I would not be able to contain my rage. I would go full Dennis Reynolds, and it would be bad. Again, I'm all for you expressing your right to your views. Sure, no problem. But the idea that you are such a dumbass that you think that standing in front of a road and stopping people from going about their day-to-day lives makes any sort of impact whatsoever on what's going on over there, kiss my rosy red ass.
Yeah, I don't really understand. I mean, like, I get the idea of being disruptive, but be disruptive to the people that can make the change that you want.
Not me.
Not just average people. You will get no goodwill from that.
No.
It just
it just makes us hate you.
I guess somebody said people were getting out of their cars and walking with their luggage to the, which doesn't even make sense because what are you gonna do with your car? You're just gonna leave it?
Well, I guess maybe if
what is this, a Portland snowstorm?
Well, might be like if you're giving someone a ride to the airport.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, you're like, hey, I'll walk.
Or Uber, I'll just get out. Yeah, so.
And then on the way by, can I beat someone about the head and shoulders with my suitcase? Is that something that I can do as well?
No, I don't condone violence.
I do.
But apparently my co-host does.
Yeah, I'd say in this case, I do.
I hate to say it. Sorry, go ahead.
45-minute delay.
See, I hate to say it, I'd probably end up like the guy trying to get around the exit closures for that Portland Rose City parade. I'd probably end up looking like that guy, screaming at everybody, and it wouldn't be good.
Well, hopefully they got their point across. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, cool. And I've seen, like, I love these people because they go home and they're like, we did a lot of good work today. No, you didn't. You didn't do S. You did nothing but inconvenience a lot of people that have nothing to do with anything that's going on over there, you jackass.
And then as soon as anybody tries to drag him off the street, oh, you're assaulting me. Like,
it's easily one of my top 3 pet peeves in this world are idiots. Yes. It is so irrational and stupid and inconsiderate. I can't help it. It absolutely presses my buttons.
Where be the snow, you ask?
It wasn't in Canada.
No snow up there?
No, I was waiting for the white Christmas.
Hey, there was a white Christmas in Salina, Kansas.
Really?
Yeah. My dad showed me the ring cams because he was out with me in SoCal, but
you got the white Christmas.
They had the white Christmas out there.
No. Canada, we got squat. We just got rained.
All right, we'll get to that story next. It is 4:47 on the Fan. It's January 2.
Yeah, so far I got nothing.
You got nothing. We got nothing.
No. The ski resorts aren't open up, are they?
Yeah, there's some lifts.
But it's like limited. They're not.
It's really.
Yeah.
So I think there's only 7 of 12 lifts open at Mount Hood Meadows, and none of Timberline's trails are open. And the Willamette Week did an article on this, asking the question, why? What is going on?
It's not global warming, just a bunch of liberal BS. Don't listen to it, Frank.
Where is the snow? The past year was the hottest ever recorded, a signal that Oregon winters without snow could become another unwelcome feature of a warming planet.
Nice try, CNN.
Are we also in an El Nino this year?
I don't know.
But
I don't even know what that means.
It's this way that the clouds and the cold air comes up from like Southern California.
The trade winds, right?
Yeah, and that makes things, at least up in our neck of the woods, a little bit warmer, makes things stormy down in Southern California, like floods are happening all over Los Angeles County right now. So there's definitely some merit to that.
Hey, look at that.
Who knows?
You know, not only is Jordan, or he likes to be known as Schultze now, not only is he a bottled water expert.
A fancy lad, if you will.
He knows his weather. According to Rebecca Musil, a meteorologist with the National Weather Service office in Portland, she says another factor to blame for current conditions, El Nino.
Ah!
She said, we've had quite a bit of precipitation, but it's been in the form of rain, not snow, and that's because it's warmer. And that is typical of an El Nino type of year.
What's the other one? Isn't it, is it El Nina?
El Chapo.
No, I think it is La Nina or El Nina, yeah.
La Nina. Yeah.
La Nina, yeah.
I think that's the other one. That's the opposite of the El Nino.
That's when it's cold and snowy.
Yes. So we're in the middle of an El Nino right now. So no
it's
snow?
cold as hell out there right now, though.
Oh, yeah.
It's like sneaky, blustery cold.
Yeah, this morning there was definitely a bundle going on when going for the old morning walk.
So a good year to buy your kids, well, your kid and his spouse, his girlfriend, lift tickets. That's what we bought them for Christmas. They can't even go. They can't even go up there.
Can they hold on to them for next year, or is it only?
Well, I mean, it's gonna snow.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what
Did you get a deal, you cheap bastard? That's what you ended up getting them?
Why is that cheap?
Well, I'm just saying, maybe
it's not. I'll tell you this right now. It's not cheap.
Is it cheaper? You got a little BOGO going on because there's no snow.
I don't think they do it that way.
I don't ski, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I don't think they do it that way.
I still got some tubing tickets I got to use this season.
Get up there and tube.
Yeah, that's fun, especially at night.
You know, I've never been there and done that.
It's really fun.
I've done the tubing, but it's been a long time. I've done the. I used to go down to Bend. I got a buddy of mine, and we'll go down there and we snow machine. That also quite fun. But I don't ski. My knees, it's like no. At this point, if you're 40, if you're in your 40s, you've never skied, let's not try to pick up that now.
So the Cascade Snowpack sits at 24% of average. That is not good.
No.
So hopefully it snows.
I'm all right without it.
I kind of want to go skiing this year.
Do you?
I haven't been in a while.
Are you competent?
Yeah.
All right.
I can ski. I used to love to ski. As a matter of fact, you know, I'm known as a golf fanatic.
Yes.
I used to be as into skiing as I was golf.
You're right
or
there
as
on
I
the town.
am golf. Yeah.
I did not know that. 20 years together, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, we'd go to Colorado. There's some cherry pow-pow, bro.
Absolutely.
That we'd shred. We'd shred the gnar.
So up to Aspen and the likes.
Not it's a little fancy, but you know, like we go to Crested Butte.
Mm-hmm.
We'd go to what is it, Mountain Park, Winter Park. We'd go to what else is there? Well, there's Vail. That's kind of fancy.
Well, I went to school in one of the great snow places in the world in Utah.
Yeah.
Never went.
Really?
I just go to the mountain and I drink.
Well, I can't see you skiing.
It's not. I'm just
I see joint problems.
I'm not a skier. I look at it and the whole Sonny Bono thing. Just my big ass on a pair of toboggans and just hurtling down the hill. That's an incident waiting to happen.
Skiing's fun. It's a lot of work.
I
get up there and
that's my point. Like I surf in a very piss poor way, but like once a year. when you go someplace warm, I can get out on a surfboard and it takes me about an hour to kind of get back into it. And you're like, okay, then you start getting up and by then you're exhausted, you're tired, and you don't do it again for another year. And you go right back to sucking. If I lived in a place where surfing was easily accessible, I would surf every day. Same thing with skiing. If I lived where it was 20 minutes to get to a mountain and I walked out, I feel like I would grow up skiing. But skiing, it's an all-day commitment. And it's a pain in the ass to get up there. It's a pain in the ass to park.
Yeah.
It's just not, it's just not happening.
Sometimes it is. It's just, here it's pretty convenient. I mean, it's relatively close.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, try living in Kansas, dude.
Well, that's different.
That's what I'm saying. It is different.
Anytime we've gone up to the mountain when it's snowing to go up and have some fun and hijinks, that is like the worst day of my life because it is a giant pain in the ass.
You're going when it snows. Yeah. So the thing about it is here, and this is how it's different than Colorado, is it's a relatively small mountain.
So there's not as
so when it really dumps and there's really good powder, everybody goes up there. So that's why it's crowded. If you go on off days, or if you go, when maybe it hasn't snowed as much, it's a little icier. Yeah. It's just not as enjoyable. So you got to balance those.
But who can go like on a random Tuesday?
Well, some people can.
Well, I have to work.
I was gonna say this sounds a little like activities for the rich over here, because it's not just the time, it's a lot of money.
The bros. It's a lot of
it's very
bartender.
boring.
I could do it.
Yeah, I could see that.
But
again, if I lived at a place that I could walk out my front door and in 10 minutes be on the mountain skiing, I could see that being a very, very fun recreational activity. But a couple hours up and then a couple hours back and dealing with everything in between, I'm good. I'm out.
Why were we talking about that?
There's no snow.
Oh, yeah.
So
don't go up. Well, I mean, I guess you can, but there's only a few lifts open.
Yeah, my guess is
snow.
It's not fantastic up there right now. But
yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, we spoiled. You go to Colorado, and I'm sure Utah's the same way.
Yeah.
You get these mountains. It's like,
it's unbelievable.
It's always great.
Yeah. I just would hang out at the lodge and wait for the ladies to come back.
Boy, is there anything better after because we've all gone on a full day of skiing, right? Or snowboarding.
Yeah.
Is there anything better than sitting down in the lodge for that first drink?
It's amazing.
It's incredible.
Yeah. When you go up to, when you go down to Bend, Bachelor there, you ride the snowmobiles, the lodge is like up, on the mountain. So it's like halfway, like you spend half a day up there and then you go in there and you drink and eat. You never want to get back on the snowmobile.
No.
You're just like, well, but you have to ride it.
Really nice.
Yeah, you have to ride it back to get to the parking lot, but the day needs to end right there.
Yeah.
You just need to get as drunk as possible in the warm, cozy fire and you're dry and you're right. It's an amazing feeling.
It's maybe not a ringing endorsement of skiing. It's like, God, I can't wait to get out of these boots.
Yeah.
Go drink.
And sit by the fire. It's freaking cold and my feet hurt.
It's a great end to a day though.
There is in the news for January 2nd, 2024. Coming up next, we have the Hot 5 at 5, complete with college football quarterback transfer news. It's 4:58 on The Fan.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient,
Tuesday, it's Rop and Souk. Happy New Year. We are back. Souk was in Vancouver, BC, partying with all the rich white folk up there.
A lot of Asians as well.
And I was in San Diego. We couldn't have gone
No.
to any more opposite cities on the West Coast.
No, rich white people and Hispanics, rich white people and Asians.
Yes.
We had a lot of white Teslas
That's right.
up where we were at.
I saw a lot of Teslas. There's a lot of Mercedes down there, too.
I was alarmed at the number of white Teslas. I believe that it is illegal to drive another car in West Vancouver than a white Tesla.
Can I just say that I've always been kind of opposed to a white car. And I don't know why.
I can see that.
I can't answer why.
Just the plainness of it.
Maybe
Gets
that's what it
dirty
is.
really
Gets dirty
easily.
real
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah,
really
the dirt.
easily.
And then, but then it limits you because cars, like, I don't like exotic colors for cars, really, for the most part. The cars that I own, at least.
Silver is the #1 most popular
Now,
color.
silver's great.
Yeah.
But we always go black. We got a lot of black cars.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well,
And you know what they say.
why don't you go black?
That's right.
I enjoy that all the cars now, that all the unique different, like we're getting a lot of like the matte variants. And
Yeah, I do like the matte. That's pretty.
They're doing a lot of really cool, like when we bought our Bronco, we got like it's called like a cactus gray. It's like a bluish green gray. Like they're giving you different options than your standard, black, white, gray.
I'm okay with it.
I like that we're getting some flair.
I'm okay with it.
And they always have some sort of weird names, like Grabber Blue. Like I know.
Grabber what?
That's the color of my car right now is Grabber Blue, and it feels a little, feels a little Trumpy. Shut up. We're just out grabbing people.
What was I going to tell you? Oh, yeah, he was up north. I was down south, and now we're back, and we're here. We're doing the show. It's very exciting.
Sports.
Yeah, we've got a lot of football to discuss. We got to get to. We've been all college and basically just talking about yesterday's games for the first couple of hours here, but we've got to get to the reporting as eligible incident, the Lions Cowboys game.
Apparently, we finally have some punishment being handed down to an official too.
So we'll get to that coming up this hour. In the club tonight, Google's most searched 2023, but right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Kenny Pickett. Do you remember him?
I do. Him of the tiny baby hands. He's got denials to make.
Yeah, he is denying rumors that he refused to be the Steelers' backup quarterback against the Seahawks on Sunday.
They're riding the hot hand of Mason Rudolph.
God, I never thought I would hear anyone ever say those words together. Mason Rudolph?
Mason Rudolph. How about, you got Mason Rudolph and Joe Flacco. Take your pick.
Yeah, well, this is the time of year where everybody gets all bristly and butthurt.
Yeah.
Belichick had to come out today, and he's like, oh, I'm not talking about my future. Could we get Saban and Belichick leaving in the same year?
Why? Saban's not going anywhere.
Do you don't think so?
No, why would he?
Well, he's old.
Oh, I don't think Saban's going anywhere anytime soon. Bill, on the other hand, if you believe reports, his ass is done in another week.
As it should be.
It feels
come on.
like maybe it's
They're
time for
terrible.
a change there. Yes,
It's over. What was I telling you?
something about Kenny Pickett, and he was denying that.
Oh, yeah. Well, but who cares? Jets cut bait with Dalvin Cook too, the running back. He's gonna try to join a contender.
Yeah, so for all the people that were upset that Minnesota wasn't going to re-sign him, yeah, maybe they were onto something there with the idea that he's washed.
Yeah, he didn't look very good with the Jets, but then again, they don't have a very good offensive line.
No, but running backs don't age like wine; they age like bread. I mean, it's the truth.
David Tepper, the owner of the Panthers, has been fined $300,000.
We're talking about expensive water. Now, that's an expensive glass of water.
He tossed a drink on a Jags fan.
Yeah, it was up in the suite, and, they were getting stomped as they always do.
Was it just water?
I don't know. It was in a cup. So I don't know if it was booze, if it was water, but the fan can be heard saying something to him, and then he throws it, and the fan stands up. The fan's in a jersey and is yelling at him, and then Tepper walks away, and he apologized and said that he's got to be better, and, he accepts the fine.
He's a billionaire, so you think this hurts him a little bit?
I don't think that you enjoy writing $300,000 checks. I don't think it hurts him. I think it hurts his pride.
Yeah. Look,
he seems like a giant douche, by the way.
He's a donkey, but at the same time, when somebody, I don't know, when you're being baited like that, I know he's got to be better than that. I never really judge people when they're when they do that. Like, I get it.
That fan was being beyond obnoxious.
You know what? And you just have we've all had that moment where it's like,
yeah,
oh, I shouldn't have done that. Like, you instantly regret throwing the water or whatever.
Look, at least it's a real fine. I mean, I know he's a billionaire, but dude, $300,000.
I guess
that's a good fine. 300 G's.
Yeah, I don't think you can fine owners much higher than that, really.
That's a good chunk of change.
Hey, well, it's January 2nd, so I'm not sure if you care about basketball yet. I know in my world, not quite.
You want hot blazer news?
Yeah, I do. Bring it. What do you got?
Scoot, man, you missed it. Scoot Henderson's the best point guard in the league. What are you talking about? Let's go.
I'm looking here. They are the second to last team in the West.
Yeah, it's not good.
9-23. Although somewhere they got an extra win that I missed. I thought they were 8 and something, but
they beat Phoenix the other night.
Did they beat the Spurs?
They did. They played the Spurs back to back.
Yeah, and they beat them.
And they lost. Yeah, they lost to the one where everyone played, and then no one played, and they alley.
Why? Can I ask a question? Why the Spurs are so bad? Should they be 5-27?
I don't know. I haven't watched a lot of them other than occasionally I'll check out Wemby, but I don't think it behooves them to be any good. Just go get another high pick.
Wemby's not playing a lot of minutes some games.
Oh, is that what?
Yeah, there's times he's only playing like 19 or 22 minutes, and he's not playing in back-to-backs, and they're all kinds of bad.
All right, well, I don't know if you care about basketball, but number 1, Purdue in action tonight. They're taking on Maryland 32-19 early in the second half. North Carolina has a 3-point lead on Pitt. UNC ranked 8th. It's 31-28 at half. And later we get Duke-Syracuse. And I believe Syracuse beat Oregon. Didn't they? Or did Oregon beat Syracuse? See how much I'm following basketball?
That I don't know off the top of my head.
I thought they beat Oregon.
Come too far together to stop now.
Anyway, I don't know why I told you that.
I do know that my Brigham Young University Cougars are like 14th in the country. 4 white guys and an Egyptian, you can't handle it.
Number 1.
How's the Jayhawks doing?
Really good.
You're not ready for what BYU and the Big 12's. Now we've got a little conference rival.
Yeah.
We're Big 12 rivals. Big 12 rivals.
Bring it.
You're not ready for our whiteout.
Bring it, white boy.
You're not ready.
Michigan opens as a 4.5-point favorite over UW in the college football playoff championship on Monday. Insiders now saying that Jim Harbaugh would entertain NFL offers, which he will get.
Yeah, if you haven't seen, and I don't know how much you were listening, but dude, some of his press conferences, boy, it is the most non-committal. If it was anyone else, we'd be like, oh, he is so far gone. And the NCAA sniffing around him, he's going to get suspended. I just don't think there's any way, especially if they win, that guy's back at Michigan.
Via Softy Show, the Washington offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb says they do expect running back Dylan Johnson to play in the title game, so that's good news.
They're going to load that guy up with so many horse tranquilizers and painkillers. That guy's been playing on one foot for like 2 months.
And ESPN has apologized for showing Bourbon Street flashers.
You know what's funny is that I didn't see this.
I didn't either.
But every time you saw it,
I did. I saw it, and then
what did we get?
I went. Well, we got a boob.
Oh yeah, I saw
one boob.
Full on. Yeah, she was. It was.
She just pulled down the one
boob, and she looked hammered.
Yeah, I saw the still photo of it on TMZ. The funny part is that every time they showed the crowd on Bourbon Street, I was specifically looking. I thought to myself with every one of those shots, I'm like, because I love New Orleans. I was like, someone out there is gonna get one of these in, and I never saw one, and now I'm upset that I missed it. ESPN, you apologized to me for not showing more of it. I kept waiting to get a little Janet Jackson, and it never happened.
I'm looking at the still shot, like you said.
Yeah.
I was watching it, and I totally missed it because I was looking at that emo-looking dude on the left.
Oh.
The guy in the blue jacket. I was looking at that guy going, God, he looks miserable.
And you missed it.
I remember my thought at the time. There was a boob right there to the right.
Girl in the black shirt.
And I missed it. I was looking at that guy going, God, you're on Bourbon Street, dude.
Hey, lighten up a little bit.
And not only that, but he had a boob next to him. Another reason for him to lighten up. Come on.
Can I just state for the record, New Orleans is fantastic. I love everything about it.
It is a great place. Two other notes. Cam Ward headed to the NFL draft. He will not be headed to Ohio State. That's, of course, the Washington State quarterback.
Yeah.
And then DJ Uiagalelei is off to Florida State, as expected. Mm-hmm. He's going to go there.
And he credits Jordan Travis. Yeah, I guess he had a long conversation with him, and Travis talked him into just kind of the culture there and being able to, I don't know, kind of finish this thing off right.
The Ducks lose freshman corner Cole Martin. He's headed to the transfer portal. And then the Beavers have lost receiver Silas Bolden, who is also going to transfer.
Yeah, it's been a rough go of it for the Beavs. And, the Ducks have lost plenty to the portal, but no one that really kind of factors into the future. But, this kid played, it was one of the guys they were kind of counting on for the future. So I would say this is one of the few transfers that Oregon's had that stings a little bit, that you wish he would have stayed in the fold.
All right, your Hot 5 at 5 brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. Let's get back to Michigan, Washington next on The Fan.
What's your opinion?
It's thick, it's meaty.
The AAA Heating and Cooling poll question gives you a chance to vote on the hottest topics of the day, according to Isaac and Sue.
They were more excited than I was because I did it.
Brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling, a family business helping families for over 50 years. Visit AAAIAQ.com. The AAA Heating and Cooling.
Caught in the quick break. This always happens at the start of the year. The spot breaks get a little thin for those first couple weeks of January.
I ran a little faster from the bathroom than he did. So
you guys were leaving at the same time.
Just about.
you had to scoot a little bit. Yeah, it'll sneak up on you because we're used to having the breaks. You usually get about 4 minutes. But, some of these
are short. What the hell?
These are short. Well,
Ryan Cooley.
It's the start of the year, man.
Earth to Ryan Cooley.
January's thin.
Sell more ads. I got to pee.
We were doing the walk and talk and then the talk and pee too, so that slowed us down even more.
Yeah, we were talking.
You guys like crossing streams and whatnot?
We were just talking about sports, bro.
Comparing hydration levels.
We love sports.
Schultz is the guy that will talk sports. I feel like he is somewhere at a New Year's Eve party. Schultz was getting deep into the Ducks' big game coming up.
Well, we've got Michigan-Washington on Monday. That's exciting, although we can't bet on it at A&A. I'm a little pissed about that.
No, you got to go. Good thing I got my Bovada account ready to go.
They can't be happy about that because it wasn't. How far did Gonzaga get in the tournament?
Well, they've been to the finals a couple
this
times.
Last March Madness.
Last year, I don't think they got very deep, did they?
God. I thought they got to the 16, but I
really Sweet 16 and got bounced.
Well, we couldn't bet on them there.
No. You can't bet if you go up to ALNA, which is the closest place to wager here on your collegiate sports. Yeah, you can't bet on any of the Washington teams.
Well,
the Elite Eight, excuse me.
Oh, they made the Elite Eight.
They lost to UConn.
I didn't think they went that far.
UConn.
I stand corrected.
You idiot. How do you host a show?
UConn just got done bitch slapping. Who did they? Well, in fact, they beat Gonzaga this year. They drilled Gonzaga.
Did you see Connor Stallions was at the game?
I heard that was the thing, but I did not. I haven't confirmed that, but I heard that he was.
No, he was there.
He was there
because people, these days, able to shoot video and put it on the Insta.
Yeah. Well, I think that's kind of one of those. A lot of people are upset that Michigan doesn't seem very contrite about any of this, and him showing up at that game is just further, going down those lines. And then Saban afterwards, I don't think this is what he meant, but Saban said that, during the final play of the game there, the multiple timeouts, that they thought they had a good look, but he said Michigan knew that, and that's why they called timeout. So some people were trying to read into that. No, I think it was...
Is the sign stealing thing? I feel like it's not really obviously they caught it and Stallions is gone.
Sure.
But I feel like no one really cares. Like that is not.
I think some of the coaches care, but in general, I think most people have moved on. And obviously it's
not even a storyline.
No, well, to the level that it was going on, it's not there. But leading up to the game, Alabama did take precautions. Yeah. They said that they weren't, they were changing things. They weren't allowing guys to upload, game footage to the server. Because there was some speculation too that Ohio State was getting accused of some stuff too, that they were hacking into the servers, and accessing film that way. Yeah, so there's, the precautions were taken and it had no impact on these games, which is why most people have moved on.
So if they win Michigan, it's not like a tainted title or anything.
I certainly hope not. I suppose there could be some people that want to try to go down that road, but especially if the NCAA does do what most people think they're going to do and suspend Harbaugh for games next year, there'll be some people that want to claim that and want to bitch and moan. But at this point, if you're doing that, it's just sour grapes. And, I think Michigan has proven that they more than belong and that it had nothing to do with beating Alabama, had nothing to do with beating Ohio State, and it's going to have nothing to do with winning or losing against Washington.
Could have had something to do with them being undefeated.
Yeah, that is true. Absolutely.
So Harbaugh, you're saying Harbaugh could get suspended for next season?
They're saying that they think somewhere between 6 and 8 games.
More?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
They already put that to bed.
No, the Big Ten put it to bed.
Oh, so, the NCAA is still.
So as part of so he got suspended at the start of the year for whatever it was. I think 3 games, if I'm not mistaken, 3 or 4 games, and that was for the recruiting stuff. And then he got suspended by the Big Ten, and he agreed to the suspension as long as the Big Ten stopped the investigation and said that the case was closed. But remember, that only stops the Big Ten from investigating. The NCAA has their own investigation going on, and there are plenty of people out there. College reporters that do believe that he is going to face more punishment next year, which leads to further speculation that he's just going to be like, I'm done with this, especially if they win, I'm out. And that, there may be a team in LA that he has interest in.
Yeah, I was looking at the odds. The team that he's actually favored to go to, not that this means anything, but it's Carolina, not the Chargers.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure why. I guess just the young quarterback, but I would rather have the other young quarterback in Justin Herbert.
I certainly wouldn't go anywhere near Bryce Young right now, nor that owner.
But anyway, but it's not like the Chargers have a great owner.
No, but he's
awful.
But they have a much better roster and a real quarterback.
Yeah, but I bet you, I don't know. I bet if you really sat down and dug into the Panthers versus Chargers head coaching positions, I bet it's closer than you'd think. Considering, and it depends on where you want to live, where your wife wants to live, that type of thing too.
Sure,
Harbaugh's not necessarily an LA guy.
Well, actually, outside of Michigan, the only places he's coached is California.
Yeah. But
coached in San Diego, and then coached in the Bay Area, and then coached in San Francisco.
So. But he just doesn't seem like an LA guy.
The Bay Area, but yeah.
Anyway, screw Michigan. I'm rooting for the Huskies. How about that? How about that live on the radio?
I, too, am pulling for Washington. One, I dislike Harbaugh. And two, I love the fact that no one has given Washington any credit all year long. And yet they just continue to do this. They continue to find ways. I think Penix has been underappreciated all year, and we keep making excuses why Washington can't win. And what are they 21 in a row now? And so I would love to see it. I think this would be the most improbable national championship since like maybe the Colorado Georgia Tech, championships of the early 90s.
It is weird to see these two teams in the final. Like it's like,
well, Michigan hasn't won one since 97.
Well, Bartu was saying on Twitter, he was saying that this is the biggest title game outlier of our lifetime. Let me see if I can pull that tweet up.
Yeah, because it's not full of top 5 recruiting classes.
Yeah, exactly. His big thing is, he comes on all the time here. And if you've not listened to anything that he has said, the main point is of how the college football matrix started and how he got to doing what he does is he just simply boiled college football down to 3 things: recruiting, coaching, and home where the game's played.
Yeah.
It was those 3 things. And he has since obviously shifted and changed and morphed and grown his, the analytics of it all. But that's what it comes down to. And he said that this century, 46 teams in the national championship game, we've seen 5 of them outside of the top 10 in high school recruiting make the title game. So, in other words, his point is in college football, and this is, it's kind of a duh statement, but his numbers do back this up. What we've all known, and that is that the teams with the best players win. And at the start of the season, you can maybe pick out 9 to 12 of them that are in that window that have the players to win a championship.
And we've never seen one outside of it.
And there's 126 teams, but only like 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe sometimes 13 or 14 teams have what it takes on the field, recruiting-wise, plus the coach, to win a championship. Well, he's saying out of 46 teams in the title game, 5 have been outside the top 10. 1 has won it. This year, both Michigan and Washington are outside the top 10 in the title game.
Yeah, we've never seen an outlier quite like this.
So he says it's the single greatest outlier title game pairing in his lifetime.
And Michigan...
And you would think Michigan's like this Ohio State blue blood. And they kind of are, but they don't have recruiting rankings. It's all right there on paper.
Yeah,
they don't have the 5 stars that you think they do.
No, and then Washington is nothing. Washington would be the outlier. They just... Even now, even coming off the 2 seasons they've had, they're not killing it in the recruiting class. But it was another reason why I'm kind of pulling for Washington. I think it'd be fun to see someone that isn't loaded with a bunch of 5-star kids. And that's why I was rooting for him against Texas is who's the guy that started 24/7 Sports. Like, he is the grandfather of all modern recruiting. Like, that's, he is the guy. He came out and I'm paraphrasing, but he said, I've been doing this for, whatever it is, 20, 30 years. I've never bet on a game, but if I did, I would bet like every penny I have on Texas. They are going to roll. It wasn't like they're going to win. They are going to beat down Washington.
Wow.
And
just based off of what? Recruiting rankings?
Yeah, just recruiting rankings and overall talent. And, they're going to run it down their throat. And Washington doesn't have the lines and their defense isn't very good. And, it's the same crap that we've been hearing for the last 2 years about Washington. And they went out in that game and they were just better than Texas in almost every facet from the beginning to the end, except for the last, whatever it was, 2 minutes of that game where they tried to give it away, but that wasn't a fluke. They were better than Texas. And we're going to hear this about Michigan too. We're going to hear that Washington's not going to be able to stop their run, and they're not going to be able to play the physical bully ball, and then Michigan's going to beat them up. And we heard this when they played Oregon. We heard it when they played Texas. We just keep hearing this over and over again. And look, I get that Michigan is really stinking good, but we have got to stop this notion that Washington is a bunch of little scrubs. They have several NFL offensive linemen. They have, I think, one of the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks in college football. They have 3 NFL wide receivers. They have 2 NFL defensive ends. They have an NFL defensive nose tackle. They have a really good, what I believe is going to be a probably a round 2, if not round 1 corner when he eventually comes out. And they're getting healthy. Like, there is, from a depth standpoint, I get it, but from a starting 22, Washington can cause anyone in the country a lot of problems. And from an offensive standpoint, they're a hell of a lot harder to defend than what Michigan saw against Alabama.
Yeah, I just feel like because it was Alabama and we have so much respect for them and all the championships and everything, they're the king, right? Alabama. Yeah. But based on everything you said and just watching Alabama against Michigan, Washington should give Michigan a tougher game.
Yes.
Washington should be tougher for Michigan to defend than Alabama was. 100%. Even though Alabama's like they're obviously the king. But I mean, my God, Washington's offensive line held up against Texas's defensive front.
Yes.
Alabama's didn't against Michigan's defensive front. So there's another reason why Washington may be better suited against Michigan than Alabama, because that offensive line for Washington is better than Alabama's.
Well, it's the Joe Moore Award winner. And I get that Michigan as a defense is much better than Texas, but Texas's defensive line is as good as anyone in the country's.
Sweat, and they didn't have that much success.
No, they didn't.
So, and I know people are assuming that Michigan will because they did against the mighty Alabama.
But why?
But not. Yeah, why exactly? What says that?
0 sacks. They had 17 pressures. They hit Penix once, and they absolutely got shredded. So
and Milroe can't throw. And
no,
can't. I mean, so Penix is 50 times the quarterback he is. So it's just like,
yeah, I think Washington.
This is going to be awesome.
I believe that, and from a physical standpoint, yes, I think Michigan is going to run the ball, and it's going to be problematic for Washington. But it was problematic when they played Oregon. And Texas, by the way, had 2 backs. I think Blue averaged 6.5, and was it Baxter? The other guy averaged 7. So Texas ran the ball fine. They ran the ball 20 times and averaged almost 7 yards per carry. But it's the same thing that Oregon did. Oregon ran the ball, and yet their defense came up with stops, and they found ways to get it done. And their offense is so good that it forces you to maybe play a style that you're not necessarily comfortable with, especially if they get a lead, which they had all game against Texas.
Great game.
I just think that we aren't still to this day, even after the Texas game, we're still not giving Washington credit for being more than a one-dimensional team. People think that they're this one-trick pony, and I just watch them play. They're just not. It's not a great defense, but it's a timely defense, and it's got NFL personnel on it. It is not Liberty's defense that they're playing.
Yeah, the thing that's weird about them is just how bad they looked in some games. You know, like 15-7, the Arizona State game.
I think some of that is, I still believe that when this is said and done, and maybe they'll never really come clean about it, and I think the Penix injury history and his NFL draft stock, I think, has something to do with it. I know for a fact that he was playing with severe injuries for the second half of that season, and no one wanted to talk about it. And they're so guarded of his health. But when he is healthy, and you saw him last night against Texas running the read option, you saw him scrambling, you saw him moving around in the pocket. He is when they play in the national title game, and this is going to be weird because of how good Michigan is. How many times have we seen this? When USC played Texas, and that USC team at the time, I thought was the best college football team I had ever seen. Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, Lendell White, all of those receivers, studs on defense. I thought that was the best team that I had ever seen. And USC was better than Texas. They were a better football team. But Texas had a guy that was different. And he made up for a lot of those deficiencies, and that was Vince Young. And when they play in the national title game next Monday, make no mistake about it, the best player on the field, and I don't even think it's close, the best player will be Michael Penix Jr. And so I asked the question, is Michael Penix good enough to erase the gaps where Michigan is better than Washington? We'll find out. But I certainly think that he gives them better than a puncher's chance. When he's playing the way he played against Texas and their ability to throw the ball to not one receiver, but 4 and a tight end. And it's also a team that is equipped. And I thought that this was something that could be a factor against Texas, and I think it was. And I think it can be the same for Michigan. Most teams, if you can't run the ball, you're screwed, right? If you have to throw the ball 45 times and you can't get a run game going, you're kind of one-dimensional. It's like, crap, you're screwed. Washington is one of the teams that if they can't run the ball, it's okay.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Their short passing game.
As a matter of fact, every time they ran the ball yesterday.
Yeah, you're kind of like, really?
Especially that one series where they went 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, and didn't get it. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah. You have
throw the football. I know it's only a yard. Yeah. You should be able to pick it up, and Dylan Johnson is good. Yeah. But it doesn't matter. It's like, just throw it every time.
So even if they can't get a real good run game established against Michigan, I don't think that they're going to be in a state of panic like Alabama, where Milroe, like at times their offense was just, it was nothing. And so I do think styles make fights. And this is by far going to be, and Michigan's defense is real. I'm not trying to sit here and say in any way that Michigan's defense is a fraud. That thing, top to bottom, all 3 levels, is full of studs. But this is going to be by far the biggest test that Michigan has seen. Look at the quarterbacks that they have played. Their 3 best quarterbacks they've played this year are Drew Aller at Penn State, Kyle McCord at Ohio State, and Milroe at Alabama. No offense to any of those 3 guys, but the 4 receivers and the tight end and Michael Penix and that O-line at Washington, this is Washington's obviously biggest test, but as sure as hell is Michigan's biggest test on that side of the football. The only thing that scares me if I'm a Washington fan is, whereas it seemed like Texas wasn't willing to just sit there and take and run the ball, I don't think Jim Harbaugh will have a problem running the ball 62 times if he needs to.
Yeah, and that running back for Michigan's the real deal. I know he's small, but he's awesome.
Yeah, so that may be one of those where Michigan may be like, cool, we're going to just try to win this game 17-14.
Yeah,
and
limit the possessions.
Limit the possessions and just do it that way. And can Washington's defense hold up? And so far, the answer to that question is yes. Let's not act like Oregon isn't a good run team, and yet Washington held up twice.
Did you know Penix has beaten Michigan more recently than Ohio State?
Really?
Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
With Indiana.
He got him
in 2020, yeah. Yeah.
little revenge factor there for Jim Harbaugh.
It's crazy.
I just think this is going to be a great game, and I love that it's a traditional for the end of the Pac-12. I wish it was in the Rose Bowl. I do.
Oh, totally. I think that the college football championship, the college football playoff championship game, should be in the Rose Bowl. Every year.
There's a bunch of people that are like Herbie was talking about that.
It's just special.
Yeah, and there's with the sun setting and the time, and people are saying just make that
and do it on the 1st. Yeah, do it on January 1st.
Yep.
Every year. Yep. Rose Bowl championship.
I love that the final game of a Pac-12 team is going to be for a national title against a Big Ten team. Michigan, Washington. By the way, the last time Washington won a national championship, who did they beat in their bowl game?
Michigan.
This is great.
It's awesome.
And you got Harbaugh, who's such a polarizing factor, and DeBoer, who's kind of like milquetoast and such a, he's just kind of playing and not too high, not too low. And
I love DeBoer.
You got a team that's playing basketball on grass, and you got the bully ball from Michigan. I mean, this is everything you could want out of a championship game.
DeBoer really is very generic, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
he gives you nothing.
Nothing.
No.
And he's just
steady Eddie.
He's so good, though.
Never high, never low, never panics. And, it's fun to have the animated coach, the Dan Lanning on the sidelines. That gets pretty fiery, but I can appreciate the guy whose blood pressure never changes over the course of a game.
Our poll question today on X at 1080 The Fan, brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling. Who will you be pulling for in the college football playoff title game. Michigan, Washington, or not Washington. Right now, surprisingly, Washington is winning.
Really?
And we're the home of the Ducks.
Huh.
46% Washington, 39% not Washington, only 15% rooting for Michigan. No one wants Michigan to win.
No, I think we all
Besides,
hate Jim Harbaugh.
Michigan fan.
Jim Harbaugh's such a douche. Hell of a coach, but
All
a
right.
giant douche.
Up next, let's get to Lions Cowboys controversy. Here is Jordan with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by X Golf. It's indoor golf season. Check out X Golf in Vancouver or Tualatin, the home of indoor golf, online at xgolfpnw.com. First on The Fan, Oregon losing another member of its secondary, true freshman defensive back Cole Martin, announcing that he is entering the transfer portal. He played in all of the Ducks' 14 games this season. Also, Beavers wide receiver Silas Bolden announcing that he is entering the transfer portal. He got 5 touchdowns for Oregon State in 2023. Two former Pac-12 quarterbacks announcing their plans for 2024. Former Wazoo quarterback Cam Ward says he's leaving the transfer portal and entering the NFL draft. Also, former Beaver DJ Uiagalelei heading to Florida State for his final year of eligibility. It'll be his third team in 3 seasons. In the NFL, the league fining Carolina Panthers owner Dave Tepper $300,000 after he was caught on video throwing a drink at a Jaguars fan on Sunday. Tepper said in a statement that he's passionate about his team, but regrets his behavior. And in the association, the Blazers off tonight after getting smacked by the Suns yesterday, but guard Scoot Henderson was in the running for Western Conference Player of the Week. The honor, though, ended up going to Oklahoma City's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Spirit Mountain Casino brings you big games on big screens with big-time sports betting action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
The home of Primetime with Isaac and Sue. Weekdays 3 to 7, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
McNabb and Bjorkstrand come together. Here's Alexiak for the Kraken. Long shot turned aside by Thompson, and then a drive by Borgen. He scores! 2-0 Seattle.
That was Will Borgen of your Seattle Kraken there. And by the way, we had an Oliver Bjorkstrand reference in there. Former Portland Winterhawk great,
Hell yeah.
in case you were wondering. As the Seattle Kraken took care of the Golden Knights 3-0 in the Winter Classic up at T-Mobile Park on New Year's Day. And it looked absolutely gorgeous up there. I'm pissed off that I didn't go to that. It was quite expensive, and I had college football to watch. This report brought to you by Battery Exchange. System checks at 14 area locations. BatteryExchange with an X.com.
Well, I couldn't help but think of you, longing for you while away on vacation.
Yearning for my musk.
Well, I thought about you when Dan Campbell was all hot and bothered after the Cowboys game.
He had every right to be.
And then I thought about you because I thought, well, did you ever have to report?
I didn't, because as a center, it's impossible.
Right. But
Nothing
I just thought maybe at some point you played another position on the offensive line and you reported.
No, but I've seen it happen many a time. And yes, I was absolutely livid. And this is just, it's so ridiculous. I mean, the NFL officials have taken a lot of flack over the years, and certainly this year. But very rarely do I think a blatant one directly cost someone a game. This 100% cost the Lions a win. I mean, there's no way around it. And the NFL, by the way, came out today and they put a video out to all the teams, telling them, make sure that it's on you to make sure you report to the official and get clarity that he has acknowledged that you are indeed the one that's eligible. But at the same time, Adam Schefter's reporting that the NFL is not going to allow any of these crew members to be in the postseason. They are getting punished for this because they botched this.
Okay, so as what the guy that they were talking to on SportsCenter afterwards, the officiating guy, said it's 100% on the player. It has to be, because the officials, I mean, you if you're going to report as eligible, you have to tell the official that you're reporting.
He did.
Well, okay, so they're saying that it looked like in the video that the official just looked at the wrong number?
Yes.
Is that what it was? He got the number of the guy wrong?
So multiple people came to report for the Lions. And I guess part of this was they had two guys in this off balance, 70 and 68. And they sent some other ones as well to create confusion for the Dallas Cowboys. But Dan Campbell even said that they went to the official before the game and said, hey, if there is a situation, this is a play that we've been running. They communicated with the officials beforehand and said, we're going to have multiple guys reporting, and these are them. This is the play. And it's on tape. You can see the two linemen going up to the official and raising their hand and reporting. And the official,
so he just missed it?
He just missed it. He gave the wrong one. And they're going to say that this is on the player, but I think Skinner was the offensive lineman after the game, said, look, I don't want to get fined, but I did exactly as I was told to do. And even Troy Aikman said it. You can see it on film. So how on earth...
You can't see the acknowledgement of it.
You can't see the acknowledgement of it. But what do you want as a player when you are told before the game, hey, we've already talked to the officials about this. You just need to go and report. And you go over with you and your guy and you say, hey, we're both reporting. And the official kind of waves off and whatever, and then you go up to the line of scrimmage. What else do you want him to do? I'm sorry, that is on the official. That is an absolute botch job by the official.
Yeah, but I feel like...
And if it wasn't, why is the NFL gonna punish those officials?
Yeah, I just think that... I wonder if there's any part of 68, or was it 70? I think it was 68.
68. Skinner was the one that caught the
I wonder
pass.
if there's any part of him that thought, because he could never admit this.
Yeah.
If there's any part of him that thought, I don't think he caught that.
That I don't know.
Because if you did have that thought,
then you
run over there and say, did you get, you double check.
But remember, you are in a limited time frame here. And
he was running away. The ref was running away from him.
Running away.
I don't know what he was doing, but.
Again, I think it is unbelievable that the officials knew of this play and multiple guys coming over to him that was discussed before. It's one thing if it's just in the heat of battle, you got a bunch of guys running at you, but when you are told that it's this specific play with these specific players and then you botch it, and by the way, that took a long time, and the officials were like, holy crap. And again, the NFL can say whatever they want with the it's on you to make sure that it's your job to report. Well, you did report, and the NFL, you're not going to throw your officials under the bus. But you are, because you just basically had it leaked by Adam Schefter that none of those guys will be getting postseason assignments, which is really the only way that you can punish NFL officials.
Yeah.
It cost the Lions a game.
Well, they didn't have to go for two.
But they did, and they got it.
Well, I know, but I just mean once it... Is it at the 7 then?
Yeah, backs it up, whatever that is, the 5 yards.
I mean, that's not a...
So let me clearly ask you this. It is on the officials to help portray that as kind of fooling the other team, right? It's on the officials to help the Lions in their plan fool the other team. Because
you're not fooling anyone. They have to come out and even announce.
It would be fooling if they just allowed it without you reporting.
If you are a 60, 70, or I think 90, you have to report. You have to come out and report. And they reported, but I guess the referee had the wrong one. They reported number whatever it was, 70 as opposed to 68. I'm sorry. I guess you can say that I guess it's on him, yes, to 100% make certain, but this is a little bit like the Kadarius Toney thing, where you can say, hey, did you check with the official, and did the official give you the okay? I guess it's that same sort of thing, but when you go up to the official, again, I go back to what Skinner said afterwards. I did exactly as I was told to do, and he did. He clearly goes over and talks to the official. Clearly. So now every time you go and report, you're going to have to grab the official as he's running away from you and be like, hey, am I? And by the way, why are you running away as an official when they're coming over to report to you? I mean, you're not doing your job. Your job at that point, when you know that people are coming over to report to you, you as official don't take, it is your job to make sure that has been announced. It's one thing if it's vague and the Lions never said anything or they weren't running over to him. But the fact that they were in the official's face and the official turned to run away while they were doing that, that's on you. Your ass should be fired for that. That's inexcusable, and it cost my fight and Dan Campbell's a game. And I would say this at any level. You can't have an error like that in a 2-point play that is about to decide a football game and has massive implications on division championships, home playoff games. You can't have it. You can't have it from an official.
Somebody brings up a point here on the text line. Don't they announce that too?
Yes. They even said out over I think they said over the little speaker, so-and-so is reporting eligible.
Well, but who is number 70?
Number 70.
So wouldn't at that point the Lions catch it?
In that moment, I don't know how the Lions and what they're doing as far as paying attention, but yes, they do announce that. I do believe
so at that point, Dan Campbell would be like, whoa.
Someone probably, that is one of those where maybe that if you want to throw some blame towards the Lions, that is one that you could probably throw some shade at them.
That's weird.
Yeah.
It's a weird one because I hear what you're saying, and the officials got to be better. They just weren't thorough.
Yeah.
But I get where the bottom line, the very bottom line is you have to make sure the official catches you reporting.
Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just it.
That is true.
You can't leave any gray.
Yeah.
And the officials got to be better, but if the official's not better, guess who it's on? It's on the player to make sure that you have reported.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's why I want to know what's in that kid's head. The 68. If he thought, oh, that was kind of weird and confusing, or if it was, he looked right at him and was like, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Then it's like, okay.
And we don't know. And all that stuff is mic'd up. I would love to know. I would love to hear what was said. What the audio was, because maybe the truth lies somewhere in the middle of all that. I just go back to told the officials beforehand, went up to the official. Reported. Why else was he going up to the official? I don't know what else you can do other than make sure. I mean, in just the heat of the moment like that, do you really have time to sit there and grab? Again, as the official is going away, I put the onus on the official, but maybe I'm off base on that.
All right, y'all, we're out of here.
Yeah, and did we even know? Did the Lions? I don't remember. Did the Lions have timeouts?
I don't know. That's a good question.
At the end of the game like that, I'm guessing they did not.
Well, it was for a 2-point conversion, right? That's when they sent the players in. So
yeah.
I think.
So I didn't even know if you had a
no. If in other words, I think what he's pointing out is if they had a timeout, they could call it after the announcement did not include number 68
and corrected it,
and then tell them.
Makes sense.
But I don't know. It's a weird one, man.
It just sucks that a game like that
game came down to
that.
Yeah,
officials never want to be the story of the game, and far too often they are. And it's just another in a long line of, to me, of a real problem that the NFL has.
Memory serves, they were spiking the ball down the field. So no, they did not have any timeouts.
All right, we wrap it up next. We're not going anywhere. I was just kidding. We wrap it up next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Here's Bo on second down, a little more than a yard. Gonna go flea flicker, go to screen route to Tez. Got blockers inside 10, 5. Why not get a touchdown with all those guys in front of me? Nobody gonna tackle me. Tez Johnson with a flea flicker screen pass.
Yeah, it could have been worse, but it was still 45-6.
Yeah, it was an old-fashioned ass kicking, and it was cool to see Bo get a send-off. And Duck fan or not, how can you not like that kid?
I know, he really.
Yeah.
You want to talk about a guy who did a 180 in the eyes of many college football fans? I'll give you Bo Nix.
He's a more likable Tim Tebow.
Yeah, he kind of is, isn't he? Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
When looking for new construction, you want to make your dreams come alive. You want innovation and sustainability that knows no bounds. You want to work with masters of their craft. You want Mods PDX. Mods PDX works with homebuyers, architects, and developers to create beautiful, sustainable, and energy-efficient buildings of the highest quality. With our modular approach, your project will be completed sooner than traditional construction, creating a faster return on investment. Work with a team that is focused on collaboration, innovation, and creativity to create your dream.
On tomorrow's show, we'll get more into the Week 18 action and what's on the line for the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
We got the playoffs, man.
Got a lot going down in Week 18. A lot to still be decided with a lot of crappy to mediocre teams.
Totally. I can't believe that Atlanta still has a chance at the playoffs.
Uh-huh.
That blows me away.
Well, we talked about this when they expanded the playoffs, and I know I was in the the minority on this one, but I wasn't for the extra wild card because I don't need Atlanta or New Orleans or Green Bay and Minnesota. I don't need any of these teams milling around the postseason. It just means nothing to me. And I hate that there's only one team that gets a bye. I don't need one extra crappy playoff game.
Well, the flip side of it is if, I get what you're saying about Vikings and, certainly Atlanta and the Steelers would fall into this category.
Yeah.
But, you
need Mason Rudolph, do you?
No. But, you could get the Texans sliding in there.
Yeah.
And that's a team that is interesting, and a young quarterback could get hot.
Sure.
Or maybe even the Seahawks get in there. I don't know. For every Vikings and Falcons, there's another team that you look at and go, maybe they could make some noise.
Yeah, not really.
Maybe not win the Super Bowl, but Texans can make some noise.
I guess. But
Packers?
Stop. Packers and the Rams.
The Rams. A lot of people like the Rams.
There's a lot of bad teams.
Rob, I'm shocked that you don't think half the league nearly making the NFL playoffs devalues the playoffs, because I really think it does.
Dude, come
14
on.
teams in the playoffs?
You could put all of them in the playoffs, and I'm watching and betting on every one of them.
Yeah.
I effing love the NFL.
It is the magic of the
point
NFL.
Where if it's a playoff, it's just awesome. And I get it. There's a lot of bad football in the NFL.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bad play in all of sports.
Yeah.
In every league.
But I watched Philly, Arizona. I mean, and it was a really interesting game. And that's the Cardinals kick
Cardinals
rocks.
are terrible.
Yeah. But Philly's in a death spiral right now. I'm with you. Look, I can say all I want about how crappy teams don't deserve to be in the playoffs, but I promise you, come wild card weekend,
dude, you're watching.
You know where I'm at.
And guess what? It's going to be dramatic as hell. It's the drama. It's going to happen.
But a lot of these, the last team in has just been shillelagh'd. And
sometimes, yeah.
So
it just depends on who it is.
Yeah,
like the Bills are a good example, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Bills may not make the playoffs, or they may sneak in. You tell me that's a team that can't win the Super Bowl if they get in?
Yes. Buffalo is the team that if they, but like Miami is a playoff team, but they're going the other direction. I'm with you. Anytime you get into the NFL postseason, the nature of it and the one and done, and the fact that any given Sunday, yes, it may, like everyone right now is, and rightfully so, is saying no one can beat the Ravens. And right now it doesn't appear that way. Dude, they're just waxing people, and teams that we thought were good. I mean, they're just absolutely kicking everyone's ass. And it's like, who could possibly beat the Ravens? Well, welcome to the NFL. Someone probably will, because it's just the nature of the beast.
Exactly.
It takes one game where you don't play very well, or you get some fluky bounces, or someone gets hurt. There's just no guarantees in the NFL, which is why it's the ultimate reality, and it's the ultimate reality show, and why it trounces everything else.
If you're telling me that they expand the playoffs for a couple of extra playoff games, but yes, every once in a while, that's going to mean just a team that's not fun to watch or terrible. I'll take that trade-off. Give me the extra games. Yeah. I don't care.
I understand.
Let's go.
I just wasn't. I did not need it, but I also won't complain about it. I will shut up and watch.
Yeah, shut up.
Well, I hate the bitching and moaning about we always do the no one cares. Then don't watch. We do this with bowl games all the time. Well, no one cares. Someone cares, or they wouldn't be on TV. No one's watching. Well, actually, they are. And to the point of millions of people turning into crappy bowl games. The Pro Bowl every year. Oh, we don't care. 8 million people tune into it. Someone cares. It does better than Major League Baseball World Series and NBA final games. So you can say that no one cares, but that just means that you don't care. Someone cares, otherwise they wouldn't be there. So yes, the wild card, you could have a true playoff where everyone makes it, and I would still watch it.
Let's go.
You could not put an NFL. I can't tell you how many times I watch an NFL game, and as I'm sitting there, I actually have the thought of, what am I doing? And yet there I am watching it.
Well, the first game would be Ravens. Who's the worst team? Panthers?
Ravens, Panthers.
It'd be Ravens, Panthers.
I'd watch.
Hey.
Yeah. Bryce Young, huh?
Might keep it within 10. I don't know. There'll be drama.
And the thing is, you'd gamble on it, and so you still have that.
And then you'd have are the Patriots the second worst now? I think they are.
I'd have to look.
Well, they're tied, but then you'd have Patriots Niners. Bill Belichick takes out the Niners in the first round. I mean, come on. Dude, the league's great. More playoffs, more NFL.
The NFL is fantastic. At this point, it does not feel, from Monday Night Football to 2 Monday Night Footballs to Thursday to the extra wild card, we have yet to reach the point
where is Wednesday Night Football?
We've yet to reach the point where there's too much football. That is true.
All right, 6:03. We got to go because coming up next is Club 1080. We haven't done one in a while. Google's most searched 2023. It is 6:03 on The Fan.
Shooter Sanders for the broken back.
Him and who's the other kid? Who's the receiver? Hunter?
Oh, yeah, Travis Hunter. Yeah, changing college football. Not so much.
They really did that.
No. Most time you hear about someone changing something, they don't change anything.
Well, guys, I have the list. So, New Year.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that.
Yeah. You make your resolution and all that wonderful thing?
No.
You're going to be a completely different human being and, learn Spanish or quit drinking or start drinking or stop smoking or
lose a bunch of weight.
No. None of that. I never make a resolution. But I get why people do. I mean, it's time to recalibrate.
Sure.
Start fresh.
It's like the alcoholic's prayer. And this time, I mean it.
And then a week later.
I don't know.
I think they said by March it's like 80%.
Okay, so not.
Well, haven't you guys? Look, I know you're not a big New Year's resolution guy, but isn't there some point in your life where after the calendar turns, there's something that you want to get right or change?
Sure.
And you've done it. And you've stuck to it.
Yeah.
So I mean, it is a thing. I mean, I get it. It's kind of
anytime you're trying to do something, like setting a goal, like it's a proven fact that if you set a goal, you write something down, you're way more likely to achieve it. And so the first thing to do about any sort of change is just deciding you want to make a change. And yes, the new year just gives you it'd be no different than if you just said every year on August 1st, we did it. But it's an arbitrary date that we have that leads you to start thinking about maybe setting some goals. So it has nothing to do with necessarily a new year, new you. It's just that we're reminded, hey, we should stop being fat pieces of S. Let's set a goal and try to live a little better. I would say my New Year's resolution every year is simply to be a good effing human being. Shouldn't be that hard.
Why you got to add a cuss word into that?
Because I just find it a little more amusing when anytime you're doing something that's supposed to be good and sweet and you throw a cuss word in there. Hey, be a good human being? No, be a good effing human being.
Well, I'm rooting for you.
I've probably already failed, but I was
gonna say it's not working so well yet. But you got several years left.
I'm gonna be nicer to Schultz this year. I'm not gonna pick on him as much.
Good. You should. That should be a goal of yours. You're all over that poor bastard in there. Giving him a complex.
Working on it.
Making fun of his hot bottled water takes. I mean, the guy's a bottled water diva. Man knows his stuff. Lay off of him.
I don't even know if I were to make a goal.
What would it be?
I don't know. I'm like.
Yeah, I know. It's like we're pretty much perfect. So
hello. I guess honestly, mine is usually to be more tolerant and nicer. That's usually like kind of my standard. Like that's why it falls under the umbrella of be a good person.
That's hard to do though.
It bothers me how much my empathy is waning.
Yeah, I know. I'm the same way.
I don't like it. I'm not a fan of that.
Well, that's why when you've come across people in your life that aren't like that, and that are very positive and always have they put their best foot forward. Those are people you need to hang around.
Yes.
Those are. I met one of those in San Diego the other night at a New Year's Eve party. Boy, I tell you what, man.
Just a real go-getter.
She was inspiring as hell.
Nice.
Well, you don't need to go into the details, but I was just like, man, that's the type of person that makes you want to be better.
Yeah. And then you.
But of course, I'm not going to hang around on there. Probably never see her again.
Exactly.
But
and then you go back to your cynical ways.
Exactly. Which I did. All those rat fart kids running around with their sparklers celebrating the new year at 9, not even midnight.
Like I always, my standard one every year is I always want to learn to speak other languages. Like I'm working on Spanish and I'm working on Japanese, and I usually start out, I go through waves, and I wish that I could be more consistent with those two things. If I had to pick one, it would be that. It's just to have some sort of, not be fluent, but be conversational in either or both of those languages.
That probably takes as much effort as going to the gym every day, honestly. I mean, that's a commitment.
I think it would be easier to go to the gym.
I
don't want to do either of those things.
See, that's the one I don't have a hard time with. And I made that decision years ago, and I've stuck with that as far as taking care of myself and being in shape and all that. But once you form habits, it's not hard. I don't have a hard time with that. But the language one, like that's hard. Like you do it for like a week and you're like,
It's exhausting. It really is. Trying to learn the different verb variations of another language, good effing luck.
Yeah. I don't know. Can't you just admit that I'm just not into that? Does that make me an awful American?
Probably.
No, I don't think it makes you an awful American.
But I think Spanish. I mean, I know a little. No, I don't.
I know a little.
It's just.
Well, it's embarrassing because I go to Mexico and Spanish-speaking countries a lot. And I'm with my partner is Japanese and her entire family doesn't really speak English. I should probably figure that one out.
Well, that I get.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you have to be fluent. Like,
no.
When you travel to other countries where they speak an entirely different language, you better be ready. There's a difference between prepping for that and learning another language.
True. But like when I was going over to meet her family, I worked on my Japanese and I you learn hopefully enough to kind of get by. And I was all excited. And when I was over there for a couple weeks, I got better and I was all like, yeah, this is going to be like the catalyst. And like, I'm getting I've learned so much in the couple months that I've studied in the month that I've been here. And you know what, since I've been back, you know how many times that I've practiced since I've been back? Like 3.
What's your problem?
I don't know. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's the ugly American in me. I don't know why can't I stick to that? Every year, I'm like, yeah, this is the year. I'm like on Rosetta Stone, like my 7th try of Rosetta Stone Spanish.
Well, maybe like take a class or something, like go.
I know. That's what I need to do is like go to Clark College or something.
Actually,
Lo siento, everybody. It's not happening again.
The best way to do it is just immerse. So maybe you and I should move to Mexico.
There you go.
Deep into Mexico and do our show.
Let's go down to Oaxaca and let's get into it. Let's go.
Yeah, down on the Baja, a Baja version of Primetime every day. Be down.
I don't know, man. And, somebody said, well, Isaac, considering reality, we were talking about being, old, crotchety, cynical smartasses.
Yeah.
Yeah, do I get any points for, just reality and the way it is? Like, in other words, is it more acceptable to be crotchety considering the way of the world now than ever before?
No.
Because I'm gonna go ahead and play that card.
No.
Yes.
The world's better than it's ever been.
Well, it is, but it's. I think zoom out, yes.
Yeah.
But zoom in, no.
I don't look. If you ever
and
went,
that's what causes the cynicism.
If you ever went back and met your great grandfather that was born in like 1870, that guy had every reason to be the crotchetiest old man on the planet. Now,
but wait a minute,
you don't have any reason.
Oh boy, of course I do.
No,
of course I do. People are awful. And they're racist and they're horrible and it makes me mad.
They're racist?
Yes.
Do you know what the 1800s were about?
No, I get it. I'm just saying there's still awfulness out there that makes one.
It's a lot less awful.
Cynical. I don't know about that.
Just all different ways of awfulness.
It is. And now, and why do you always go back? Let's go forward. Don't I have a right to be this crotchety old bastard thinking about 2 generations from now?
There you go. Maybe
on that radio show where your kid is like, man, that Isaac, God. Yeah, and then Sook's kid's like, well, yeah, but he had every right to be. I mean, think about the world at that time.
I guess I've never thought about that perspective.
There you go.
I just, every time, and I know this is hard to say this because I'm like the whitest dude on the planet, but every time someone's like, man, racism's never been worse. Hey, dumbass, really? Go back to the 1940s sometime.
Well, that comes...
and ask the question, which one was more racist? The 1940s, 50s United States or the United States now? I understand that things can be bad, and I understand that there's still a long way to go, but you might want to talk to someone that grew up in that era, and they might give you a slightly different view on that. It's like anti-Semitism. It's never been worse. Really?
Well, but
really?
It comes from like just the outward displays of it, right? It's like, I feel like as
opposed to the sign on the bathroom that says whites only and...
Yeah, but I just think about someone's lifetime though. Like we had those bastards squashed for a little bit.
I know.
They were silent. You had to be racist behind your own front.
Yeah.
Now,
I know.
You just fly the flag.
Yeah, I know.
And that's what's troubling to people. They're like, that's why they think it's worse.
It's like the measles went away and now they're making a comeback because the anti-vaxxers.
We had them. Our foot was on their throat.
Yeah, well, that slipped up a little bit. It's still not what it once was.
No, social media ruins everything, though.
Yeah, that doesn't help either.
Well, no, and that's you just described a time where, the whites only sign was on the bathroom. Could you imagine a time where that was like being posted on social media? Our world would end. And now it gives everybody just the biggest megaphone to complain. So,
well, I'm just saying these are the type of people that make awful. It makes people like good, solid, upstanding citizens like us cynical. That's what it is. It's the world and those awful people, because you just don't understand it. I don't understand it.
Yeah, you think we're as far as we are now and as enlightened as we should be.
Yes.
We should be past that.
How are you this dumb?
Yeah, that's true.
And that's what, and so frustrating, and that's how you become a smartass and a jerk and get off my lawn, guy. Well, okay, guilty, but again, I'm going to blame the other people.
I like it.
How about that?
Let's do that.
Although it is a choice. I just need to
I need to be
turn that frown upside down.
I fail.
So it's tough nowadays, but you got to be, you and I, we got to be better about it.
Starting
right now. I love that.
There, you guys both have a New Year's resolution. Boom.
Well, kind of.
There, see?
Yeah.
All right, I have the Google Trends for 2023 next on The Fan.
Seahawks football is on The Fan.
6 DBs in the game. Play fake. Dobbs being
I was laughing as we were coming back, and
I miscounted.
And I looked up, and there was no Rob and no Schultz in there, and I was like, "All right."
I got back just in time.
What the hell are you guys doing in the bathroom together again? You guys synced up? Is that what we're doing?
I think so.
You guys in there comparing like water's deep and cold?
We had to pee.
Apparently, you have the world's smallest bladders.
I had 2 big glasses of ice water on top of that giant Dutch.
Yeah, see, I'm finally hydrating after a month of wine and champagne and all. I mean, boy.
Cheers to the hardest working part of your body, that liver working overtime.
December was fun, but man, I'm finally back to drinking water. Back into the routine, you know.
Sure.
So
well, I did see you got a new water bottle there, though, right?
No,
I've never seen that.
Thanks for paying attention.
I've never seen that.
No, I've had it all year.
You have not.
100%.
You have brought that water bottle in.
100%.
I think you're lying.
You can ask the people on YouTube. We're on YouTube. This is.
I'm gonna go look at a stream. I mean, I think he has,
Guaranteed.
but I'm gonna go find a stream that he.
How would I lie?
I've never seen that water bottle before, ever.
You're an idiot. That's how.
Schultz, please go look into this.
Will do.
That is how little observant you are.
I will say that you want to talk about like something that you realize about yourself.
I suck this little thing off.
Yeah. I bet you do.
Yeah. Constantly while you're looking right at me.
I have reached a point in my life.
Don't mark that.
Where I am certain of like, if you would ask me, dead serious, like I have $1,000 that I have to wager, right? $1,000.
Right.
Is that a new water bottle? I would feel very, very confident that that's a new water bottle. But I'm also, there is not a thing in my life that I am certain about. I feel better than others, but I cannot be certain. It's just, I'm that way. We were New Year's. My gal was going to a New Year's party, which I also was slated to attend. And I was like, I don't like the way she had to go over there at like 5. That's not working for me. 5 o'clock, I'm like, no. You Uber
way too early.
Yeah, I'm like, you Uber over and I will matriculate over there at some point in the evening. And I think I was like playing a video game or something. And she's like, hey, well, I need you to bring me these clothes. Like, bring me this change of clothes. And she's like, where do you want me to put them so you don't forget them? And I'm in the middle of playing like God of War. It's like I'm like mashing buttons. And I literally lost my patience because I was like, wherever. And she's like, where do you want them? And I like literally out loud was like, just put them on my desk. I won't forget them. Like I was like, literally was clearly annoyed. And guess what I did? Yeah,
Walked right past him.
I walked right by. I get to the party, 10 o'clock, and she looks right at me. She's been in the heels and the dress, and she's like, oh, I'm so glad you're here. Where's my change of clothes? And I was like, oh, you son of a... And she's like, haha, you're kidding. I'm like, no.
So I looked it up. I looked at my Amazon orders because I ordered it off Amazon.
When did you order it?
I ordered it in July.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Of 2023.
And I've got proof here.
And I've had it here the whole time. I leave it here.
Yeah, I went and looked at a 11/7 primetime YouTube stream, and I wasn't even in that day. It's right there.
Yeah, it's right. It's always like the closest thing to you.
How? I know. And
it's blue and
exactly.
Awesome.
I looked over at it and I had this thought in my head. I'm like, hey, that's a nice water bottle. And like I was like, yeah, brand new water bottle. No, you've had it since July.
Yeah.
God, it's bad.
Welcome to the show.
It's bad.
Which is worse, Soup not spotting the water bottle or not knowing how to spell your name? I'm not quite sure. I just don't know.
Ooh, that's a good one.
It's a toss-up. That's a good one.
I think the spelling of the name. Like, dude, we've been together for 20 years.
I got that now, though. 2 A's. Come on.
Yeah. Should I play it?
Yeah, it's a fun one.
It's a good one.
It's only a minute.
At least you can say that I've progressed in the new year, that I know how to spell it.
Well, dude, come on. I'm not giving you any credit for that.
No credit.
You and I have been doing the show together since the 1900s.
I think we're going into our 20th year.
Okay, 2005, I think, or something like that. 2004.
Something like that.
This was recorded 2 years ago.
That was not 2 years ago.
Okay, when was it? 3 years? 4 years?
Oh, no.
Dude, Lynch was our producer.
Yeah, I think this is more like 6 years ago. This is a long time ago.
Okay, so whatever. How far into our tenure together is that?
10 to 12 years.
10 to 12 years we've been doing the show together. Suk has to write a couple spots, so we're behind the scenes. Lynch is recording. This is real audio. He's just recording us, and it says on the spots our names.
Yeah.
Isaac. I read the Isaac part. He reads the Suk part, and here's what it sounded.
I'm gonna do this one first.
Okay.
You know how to spell my name?
What?
Spell my name.
ROPP.
My first name.
Yeah, Isaac.
Spell it.
Why?
He doesn't know how to spell my name.
It's ISS. No, you
That's
use the
incorrect.
other. Wait.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I know. I do this every time.
God, you're a piece of All right.
The Bible next time, Sue. Come on.
No,
it's
not.
Isaac. Oh.
It's not 2 S's. It's 2 A's.
Yeah, that's
So-
right. It's not what it says here, but yeah, that's right.
What?
It's Isaac.
Oh yeah. It's ISAAC.
Yeah.
Okay. I always do that. I always do 2 S's, but it's not. It's 2 A's.
Yeah, that's not.
Spell my last name.
SCUKANEC.
Damn it.
So pissed.
Not fucking hard.
All right, well, either way, I got it. It just took me a second.
No, you didn't.
I always put 2 S's.
You don't know
there.
how to spell my name. Look at that.
ISAAC.
Damn it, you. It was very hurtful.
When you correctly spelled Sukanic, I felt awful. And I immediately got defensive and started cursing.
Well, yeah, because you certainly did. Yeah. Sukanic is not an easy
It is
name.
not an easy
And
name.
listen, I'm not saying I didn't stumble on Sukanic early in our tenure together.
But you got it.
But yes, I took the time to, I should respect the guy enough to spell his name right. God.
Maybe that needs to be my New Year's resolution, is to just pay more attention. But I know that will never happen.
Yeah, don't do that.
I am just, it's...
Pay less attention.
It's,
Try that.
And I have to tell, and if you've been around me enough, and I just, at this point, I say I'm sorry, but it's more like, look, this is just who I am, and I apologize, and that it's nothing against you, but just buckle up, honey. Buckle up. My lady had to learn that. We've been together 4 years, and at this point, she just has accepted that it's going to happen.
Yeah, it's just you.
It's just me.
It's baked into the DNA.
And it's not a good quality, and I know it's not a good quality.
Oh, we all have
I'm
those
well
things.
aware of that.
I mean, come on. We all have that.
Yeah.
I mean, not that specific thing.
But we all have things like that.
Of course.
Yeah.
We're not perfect.
No.
Don't beat yourself up, although you probably should know how to spell your co-host's name.
I do.
After 12 years.
I do. Well, it's been 19 years, but I know how to spell it. If we had to do it right now, if I had to write out a script, your name would be spelled correctly.
Gee,
Just listen
thanks.
to the clip. I don't think that means anything.
What do you mean?
You just listened to him spell it.
Yeah.
Say
well,
right now, I could write it out if I needed to.
Yeah.
That says nothing.
I know.
I love you, Sue.
He's somehow trying to find credit for 20
I
years
hear you.
later being able to spell my effing name. Thanks.
Yeah. You're welcome.
It was really hurtful.
You're welcome, by the way.
But I'm over it.
You're welcome. Are we going to get to Googling things?
Yeah, change the subject. That's another good ploy.
Damn right.
Google's most searched 2023. Next, here's Jordan.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on The Fan, Oregon is losing another member of its secondary. True freshman defensive back Cole Martin announced today he is entering the transfer portal. He played in all of the Ducks' 14 games this season. Also, Beavers wideout Silas Bold announcing that he is entering the transfer portal as well. He caught 5 touchdowns this season for Oregon State. 2 former Pac-12 quarterbacks announcing their plans for 2024. Ex-Wazoo QB Cam Ward says he's leaving the transfer portal and entering the NFL draft. And former Beaver DJ Uiagalelei heading to Florida State for his final year of eligibility. That becomes his 3rd team in 3 seasons. In the association, the Blazers off tonight after getting smacked by the Suns yesterday, but guard Scoot Henderson was in the running for Western Conference Player of the Week. Unfortunately, the honor ended up going to OKC's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And in the NFL, the league has fined Carolina Panthers owner Dave Tepper $300,000 after he was caught on video throwing a drink at a Jags fan Sunday. Tepper said in his statement that he's passionate about his team but regrets his behavior. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Spirit Mountain Casino brings you big games on big screens with big-time sports betting action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Go deeper on the Trailblazers. The Rose Garden Report with host Sean Hyken. Download the Rose Garden Report on the free Odyssey app or wherever wherever you get your podcasts.
Your home, your savings, your children. Everything that matters to you is at stake in a divorce, and for many of our clients, a divorce was unwanted. This is Rick Jones. At Goldberg Jones, our team of experienced attorneys handle every aspect of a divorce and custody case. When stakes are high, you need a lawyer you can trust. Husbands and fathers, trust Goldberg Jones. Call 1-800-DIVORCE and get your phone questions answered at no charge.
Serving the greater Portland, Vancouver area.
Victoricos features fresh, authentic Mexican food made from scratch. Hey, it's Dusty, and that's just one reason why Victoricos is my family's go-to when we need a quick and delicious meal. From tacos and burritos to quesadillas and tortas, there's truly something for everyone. Order your favorites now at victoricos.com.
I believe you deserve to be able to trust in your lawyer. This is McDaniel Reynolds with the Reynolds Defense Firm, and we specialize in just one thing. We represent good people facing DUI charges. At the risk of sounding like I just fell off the turnip truck, let me share a few more of the things I believe in. I believe in practicing law with honesty and integrity. I believe that a few bad moments do not somehow undo an entire lifetime of being a good person. I believe that focusing my entire firm on just one area of the law is the best way to do great work for our clients. I believe in the fantastic team of lawyers and staff we have here at the Reynolds Defense Firm. I believe that everyone who calls us for a free consultation will leave our phone call better off than when we started. And I believe in what we do. We represent good people facing DUI charges. If you've been arrested, you need help, and you deserve to be able to trust in your lawyer. Please call the Reynolds Defense Firm for a free consultation as soon as you can. For more information and testimonials from some of the many good people we've helped, we're online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. The Reynolds Defense Firm. We're solid, we're here if you need us, and we are very good at what we do.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Ready to feel beyond better? Zoom Care puts you in control of your health, giving you the urgent, primary, and specialty care you need. When, where, and how you want it, with same-day visits that start on time, evening and weekend hours, and labs and meds on site. We make getting care fast and easy. Whether virtually or in person, Zoom Care is here to help you feel better from check-in to check-up to check-out. Now that's beyond better. Schedule a visit today at zoomcare.com.
Portland, dry tonight, overnight low 43 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Vicks VapoStick. Soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. Soothing for your loved ones. From the makers of Vicks. Trusted for over 125 years.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Sue.
I'm gonna kick some butt. I'm gonna drive big truck on the roads road. I'm gonna kick some ass. I'm gonna rise. I'm gonna kick little ass. Rock, slide, and eagle.
On 1080, The Fan.
Double sun power!
Okay, well, I'm not a huge fan. I don't know about you, but I hate, like, year in review things.
Oh, yeah, like...
drives me crazy.
Well, we do it, like...
I don't know why.
The Spotify reviews, and then you have to share them, and, you know...
Yeah.
Yeah. Top movies and all that, lists and whatnot.
Yeah, I hate it when... So, one of my favorite shows is I know you like HBO Real Sports.
Love it.
And I know it's ending, but...
Yeah.
You know, they used to do the year in review show, and I get so mad.
Yeah,
I want new content. I've already seen all that.
And it's just rehashing the, these are the top stories.
And I get why they do it, you know, but not a huge fan. But I did see one thing that I thought was mildly interesting was the Google Trends of 2023.
So this is just the most Google
searched,
things?
Yes, the most searched news, people, actors, passings.
Well, I do think that's
athletes.
pretty relevant, obviously, because you know it's what everyone's out there looking for.
Well, and you learn things because I noticed on the list here that Shakira was the most Googled musician of 2023.
You're right the hell out of town.
Yeah, and then I'm
we
like,
could have been here till next January, and I wouldn't have come up with Shakira. Although she went through like a bad divorce, so maybe.
Is that what it was?
Well, yeah, her husband was his hips were lying. Yeah, I think her husband was stooping someone else. But like, she can't.
She was number 1.
I would have. Like, who would have? Like, that's Taylor Swift. I would assume.
Tay-Tay, not even on the list.
Yeah, Shakira's awful. Hot take, but not a.
What?
My hips don't lie. No, she gets so nasally. It's the worst professional voice ever.
I like her. I think she's great.
No,
does
she looks
besides
great.
Schultze?
She looks amazing. She sounds awful.
Huh. That's an interesting take.
Another hot take.
Yeah, dude, he's bringing it today.
Water take, Dutch Brothers take, El Nino, and now Shakira. Dude, who cares? I'll watch Shakira. I'll watch a music video all day.
Exactly. You'll watch it.
I'll listen to it too. I don't care. I don't even know what she sings besides her hips don't lie, but I'll watch it.
This is global.
Yeah.
Global.
I just would have thought that Taylor Swift for certain.
No. As a matter of fact, I don't see her.
So what we're saying is Taylor Swift, not a big deal. Travis Kelce lied to me.
Travis Kelce's on one of these lists. Oh, okay.
He's so hot right now.
Most searched news stories of 2023.
We'll search news story.
The top 2. Give me the top 2.
In the world, I'm going to go.
The world.
I'm going to go with that little skirmish that we've got going on over there in Israel.
That is number 1.
Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, I'm being sarcastic, so anyone shut up.
Anyone shut up.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the
open-ended shut up. Anyone.
The one jackass that's like, it's more than a skirmish. Yeah, I get it. So I'm going I'm going that one. And you said what's the other one? What else would be? Because
think about it.
Well, we're gonna say like a Trump thing, but that's in the U.S. That won't be a worldwide thing.
This was a big one. And it captivated us here on this broadcast.
Captivated us?
Was it the submarine?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Titanic submarine. That's
Titanic,
right.
yeah.
Once you said that, I'm like, that was it.
Yeah, Chappelle had a joke about that in his new special.
Oh, no, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got a new one out?
He's got a new one out.
Netflix?
The Dreamer.
Okay.
He was just in Portland last month, too.
Was it better than his previous one? I didn't like the previous one. I thought it was good, but and he's great. I think he's wonderful. I just
thought it
was a little.
It's very Chappelle
whiny.
in that it's
different.
It's different. It's again, it's not
more commentary than comedy.
Yeah, there's a lot of commentary.
Yes, yeah,
a lot of commentary. Like the ending part is like 20 minutes of just a story that he tells, and I appreciate it. But again, do I think it's amazing stand-up? No. Do I think it's funny and relevant and he makes a lot of good social points? Sure. It's just a different kind of stand-up.
Yeah. All right. People. Most Googled people of 2023.
Most Googled people.
Top 2.
I'm assuming Trump.
I'm going to go with Dylan Mulvaney on that list.
Oh,
Dylan Mulvaney?
Is Trump not as big a deal?
Trump's not even in the... Here, I'll show 5 more here.
Huh.
He's not in the top 10.
All right, no Trumpy.
But, it's kind of weird. There's like Lil Taya's in there.
Oh, yeah. Well, she had the death hoax. And then, she gave her was it 60 Minutes? She went on and did a big...
I have no idea who Lil Tay is.
You don't know who Lil Tay is?
No. I missed that whole thing.
Well, you're not missing a damn thing.
I also don't know who Jenna Ortega is, but she's number 6.
She's Wednesday.
Yep.
She's the new hot thing.
Oh, okay.
She's the new jailbait, even though she's legal. But
she's like 22, yeah.
Yeah, and it was creepy because people didn't know if she was underage. She played Wednesday in the new Addams Family spinoff, Wednesday. I think she was in the Scream movies, and yeah, she was. She's all the rage.
Yeah.
She did a dance, and everyone lost their mind.
This is one that you probably won't get. You may kick yourself, but the number 1 most Googled
celebrity
person. Because actors are a different category.
Okay.
I mean, an actor can be on this list, but they break it down. So just people. Number 1 of 2023, Damar Hamlin.
Oh.
Yeah, and that's in the world.
Huh. Well, again, never
captivated a lot of people.
This is interesting because, again, I just never would have thought that.
Yeah.
We live in our little sports bubble, and I thought outside of the world of sports, that wouldn't have cracked anything.
And number 2 on the list is an American actor, Jeremy Renner.
Oh, the snowmobile or the snowplow accident.
Plow thing. Yeah.
He got run over. Like, and we're talking one of these like almost military-sized things. Yeah.
Boy, it is funny what captivates people. Like, I get the Damar Hamlin thing, but Jeremy Renner.
We like to look at car wrecks we can't turn away.
Hawkeye got run over by a snowmobile, and that was the second most Googled person? Fascinating.
Movies, you can guess those probably, right? The top two there.
The top two movies. Oh, I'm trying to think of what came out just last year. That would have been enormous in 2023.
There's an obvious one.
I was trying to think of what's like the biggest movie of last year. Like the year before, like it would have been Spider-Man and like Top Gun. And I'm trying to think of what the biggest movies is. Why am I drawing a blank?
I don't know why.
This year would be
Barbie and Oppenheimer.
Yeah, Barbieheimer.
Those are
Barbie or whatever the hell the word was.
Those are 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Barbie 1, Oppenheimer 2.
Oppenheimer 2. Yeah,
I have not seen Oppenheimer.
I've seen both. And
Barbie, I got to tell you.
Yeah.
I saw Barbie. You know, I've got little nieces down there.
Oh, yeah.
And we watched. I didn't see the whole thing, but I caught the end.
You saw enough. You got the gist.
Yeah,
of
I got the gist of Barbie.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. That was way different than I thought.
Snowflake.
I thought it was great.
Ben Shapiro hated it.
Why?
Oh, because
the
political commentator guy.
Who cares?
All the super right wing people.
I thought
hated
it was
Barbie.
I thought it was really fun.
It was funny.
It was really well done. Totally different than what you would think it was.
I thought it was well done too. My gal was all about it, and we watched it when it came out. I didn't see it in the theaters. We went and saw Oppenheimer instead, and Oppenheimer is a great.
I've heard that.
Great movie.
I gotta catch that. Well, Barbie's streaming now. Is Oppenheimer streaming?
Yeah, both are streaming.
Both are.
And Barbie is for what it was. I was pleasantly surprised by what Barbie brought to the table. It was well done, and as long as you don't take it. Like I get this, I get why some of like if you're a man, you're gonna watch it and they're like, oh my god. But if you're
it's demasculine. If you haven't seen it, and a lot of our listeners probably haven't.
Yeah, it's demasculine.
It's very demasculine.
But here's my point for all of the
Well,
yeah, the Kens are irrelevant.
Yeah, the Kens.
That's the whole point of the movie.
They get chopped at the knees.
But for all the people that claim that like the left is so sensitive and everything, the most sensitive people in the world are uber conservative.
No, I've been saying that for years.
Like my God, like I get it. Barbie's not for you, but you're so bent out of shape over a Barbie movie and you think it's indoctrinating kids. Grow up.
Adil's got a good point though. It's like Donald Trump. You guessed Donald Trump for people.
Yeah.
People know who he is.
Yeah, you don't need to Google.
You don't need to Google him. So Damar Hamlin, that's a great one because nobody knew who he, worldwide.
No one knew.
Very few people knew who he was before the incident.
Can I put my one criticism of Barbie? Not enough hots.
Yeah.
I wanted more hots.
I think that was the idea though.
Well, there's more hot dudes in there.
I got issues.
They were trying to show all aspects of the whole Barbie, like
and you know what?
Spectrum.
Not okay with it.
No.
Barbie is supposed to be an unrealistic standard of beauty, right? So guess what I want to see when I tune into the Barbie movie? Unrealistic standards of beauty. I didn't see it. The only hot Barbie was the Barbie and then Dua Lipa. Outside of that, nothing.
You know what you also didn't see in the Barbie movie? Fat dudes. Name one chubby, even slightly chubby, because you just said, like, Rob, a lot of hot guys. Damn right there were.
All the Kens were hot.
And we're all supposed to be like, hey, we're accepting of everybody. That was and that women, need, like...
They had the one chubby gal.
But where was the chubby dude?
Yeah.
Hate to tell you this, Schultz, but you're not making
Where's the Jordan Schultz?
No.
Jordan was not represented.
Jordan wants to be in the Barbie movie.
No.
Shirt off, let's go.
It's that we live in this world where we're supposed to accept one sex for being a certain size, but the other one, there is no, as we are calling for representation equally of every shape, size, color, creative person, yet there is never, ever a fat guy ever represented, ever in anything, ever. Maybe what? Seth Rogen, who's kind of chubby, and Jonah Hill. And Jonah Hill lost a bunch of weight, so that's out. Like, what are you going to go to Zach Galifianakis or Josh Gad? I can name, like, all of these guys in like, they're all on one hand. That's it. There's 5 of them.
Oh, my God. I did not expect this at all.
No, I love it.
What about John Candy? Do you remember John Candy?
Well, he died at 43. He was awesome. And what did he die of? A heart attack. And there was a reason that he wasn't in many more movies. And
Chris
Farley and Candy
also died of a heart attack or, speedball, whichever, from the speedball.
You're weird sometimes.
Fred Flintstone?
I am very...
Well, Schultz wants more realistic male imagery.
You guys are naming like examples from 20 years ago. So I digress. I just, you know what? If we're all about equal representation, put everybody up there. You're leaving, and it wasn't just chubby dudes. That was just the most obvious group they left out.
I can see Schulte was walking out of Barbie.
He was emasculated by John Cena's abs. This is ridiculous.
Hey, I admit when I like a hot dude. Like Ryan Reynolds, everybody would shtup him, right? I get it.
Not me.
Oh, okay, maybe not.
More of a Ken man myself.
Yeah, well, wasn't there some didn't who played Gosling? Wasn't it controversial that he played Ken because he was too old? Like he wasn't.
Yeah, he was
great in it.
Well, and there was some same stuff. They were saying that Margot Robbie wasn't hot enough to be Barbie, and she was too old.
Come on, she is a smoke show.
Yeah, but to the youngs,
what do they want?
I don't know. I think they want someone younger. Yeah,
Jenna Ortega.
Yeah, like I think it was.
Well,
I think
not blonde,
it might have been Will. Like I think Will was like what? Like he was poo-pooing. Barbie.
Margot Robbie is a smoke show.
Not to the young.
She's not. Now Ken.
That Gosling
painted on Gosling's abs.
That Gosling is fantastic.
I just love that Jordan got so pissed that
he wants equal fat representation. You know what you didn't see? One fat guy. Where's Jack Black? Damn it.
Yeah, there's another one. Jack Black.
Well, he'll be in a movie, but unless it's the holiday, he ain't getting the girl. Like, that's the only movie he got a girl in.
Schultz, I hate to tell you
sorry.
this.
Shallow Hal, where he got a really fat one. My bad.
God.
Come on. What are we doing?
He wants more. He wants a King of Queens remake stat.
Oh, God. No, I hate that.
That leads us to the last thing, and we got to go. Google's most searched 2023. And this is the most important one. What was the most searched meme?
Oh. Boy, this is going to be...
You just gave it away.
Real? Oh, is it the Kevin James one?
Kevin James.
Yeah, the little...
Yeah, where he's just kind of
shrugging his shoulders.
That's a great
That's
meme.
the most Googled meme, huh?
Yeah,
All
of
right.
2023.
That's the best thing that Kevin James has ever done, by the way, of all time.
Yeah, what about Kevin James?
Jordan. There was like an entire run there where there was fat dudes with incredibly hot women as their wives on TV for years and years and years.
You talking John Goodman and Roseanne, or who other than Kevin James? Who we naming here? Come on.
Or just go to Vegas.
Oh yeah,
you'll see it all over the place.
That works too. You just got to get more money.
You
That's
just need
all.
money, man.
Yeah.
It's true.
All right, we go wrap it up next on The Fan.
It's The Fan on Demand. Service Patriot